Testing, testing.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, and I now call to order the Hassett City Council this Monday, August 18th at 7:02 p.m. There is a quorum present. If you'll bow your heads with me, I'll offer a short invocation and then stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for your most gracious blessings. We thank you for your guidance. We thank you for your love. We thank you for your tender mercies. Thank you for the oversight and wisdom that you give our country, our state, our county, and our city. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 3 is citizen participation and comments. Do we have anyone signed up for speakers?
Yes, sir.
Are they on this item or agenda item specific?
On this item.
Very good.
Okay, the first speaker is Marilyn Broyles.
Ms. Broyles, if you would come to the podium and state your name and address.
Turn anything on. My name is Marilyn Broyles. I reside at 1406 Nettle Lane in Hazlet. This evening, I am speaking regarding the treatment of Mr. Frank Gatto at the last council meeting on August 4th and the conduct of the council. I spent 32 years teaching high school math, and while my career experience may not seem directly relevant here, what is significant is the message I displayed on a sign in my classroom every single year. It read, "Stand up for what is right, even if you're standing alone." I stand here tonight because I believe it is the right thing to do. I have not coordinated this message with anyone. I am accountable only to God for my actions, and when I face Him, I know I will have much to answer for it. But I also want to be able to say I stood up when it counted. On August 4th, which was my birthday, I ride home from vacation about 9:30 p.m. to despite being tired, I tuned into the council meeting and watched until 1 o'clock in the morning. What I witnessed was deeply troubling. I saw Mr. Gatto being attacked from all sides for expressing what he believed to be the right. I was shocked, disheartened, and frankly sick to my stomach. In the days since, I have rewatched the meeting, reflected, prayed, and journaled about whether or not to speak out. Three words kept coming back to me: honesty, integrity, and peace. At the August 4th meeting, Member Morrow requested the removal of Mr. Frank Gatto from the Haslett or HCEDC type board meeting. According to a board president, the reasons cited for this request included excessive absences, the use of inappropriate language, and attempts to influence how other board members voted. During the August 4th meeting, Mr. Gatto was not merely removed, he was harshly criticized and publicly berated. His integrity was questioned, and he was accused of impropriety. These accusations are particularly concerning given that Mr. Gatto's distinguished background. He is a federal prosecuting attorney, a member of the Navy National Guard, and a veteran of the Afghanistan War. Positions that are grounded in honor, service, and integrity. Here's what I found out. From October 2024 to July 2025, Mr. Gatto was absent 3 times, the number matched by 2 other board members during that same period. This discrepancy raises a significant concern why Mr. Gatto was removed for a number of absences that others also accrued. The data suggests selective enforcement and strongly implies Mr. Gatto was unfairly targeted. The second reason cited for Mr. Gatto's removal from the board was the allegation that he used inappropriate language. I investigated into this, and according to my findings, on June the 4th, 2025, at the HCEDC meeting, after the board president officially adjourned the open session to enter executive session, Mr. Gatto stepped down from the platform, and at that point, Mr. Swanky called him over to show a correction on his computer screen involving errors on a site plan that had been discussed earlier in the meeting. Although the meeting had been officially closed, Mr. Swanky's microphone remained on, and it picked up Mr. Gatto using the word for BS. This remark was made in a private exchange after a public meeting had adjourned. It is deeply troubling that a private remark made after a meeting picked up by accident could be used to justify public removal. Even more concerning is the inconsistency, because during the August 4th meeting, Council Member Watkins publicly criticized Mr. Gatto using the acronym BS for the same word no more than 6 times in the same meeting. Given these examples, and also while he was talking to contractors, describe their actions as ballsy and then having balls. Giving these examples, it appears there is a clear inconsistency in how language is judged and enforced. If Mr. Gatto is being removed for a private comment after a meeting, while a sitting council member is allowed to use similar and more explicit language during an official public session without consequences, it raises serious concerns. This pattern further suggests that Mr. Gatto may have been unfairly and selectively targeted. The third reason for his removal was that he allegedly attempted to influence other board members on how to vote. But I can't speak to this. Mr. Gatto did state that he believed the true reason for the effort to remove him was his decision to disclose concerns to the mayor. Specifically, he informed the mayor that he was being slandered and falsely accused by the board president for colluding with the city attorney and the pastor of Northgate Church in order to facilitate the acquisition of an HCEDC-owned property by the church at below market value. And here's what I know. I was personally told on multiple occasions the exact same thing that Mr. Gatto disclosed to the mayor. These claims were shared to me. I gave my honest opinion that they were unfounded and explained my reasoning. Despite hearing these serious allegations, I chose to remain silent to preserve personal friendships in the hope that the matter would dissipate after both the mayor and the pastor denied any wrongdoing. Unfortunately, this situation did not go away. Instead, it escalated, and now Mr. Gatto is bearing the consequences for bringing up these slanderous accusations. Mr. Gatto, you have shown more integrity in this matter than I have. If I had spoken up sooner, perhaps it would not have gone this far. In failing to do so, I went against the very principles that I taught my students for decades. To stand up for what is right, even if you're standing alone. That is the very essence of honor and integrity. Finally, I want to speak about the tone and conduct I witnessed at the August 4th meeting. On multiple viewings, members Watkins and Gilbert whispering, snickering, laughing while speaking, an incredibly disrespectful display. Member Watkins mocked a citizen by flashing multiple thumbs-up gestures while she was addressing the council. I also watched Member Gilbert sarcastically respond no into his microphone while Member Watkins questioned Mr. Gatto, clearly meant to disrupt and demean. The mayor was repeatedly interrupted and shown open disrespect to the meeting. These actions are not only unprofessional, they are unacceptable. They reflect poorly on this governing body, and they do not represent the values of the residents of this city. The decorum of the council has declined to the point of being an embarrassment to our city. My hope and my prayer is that this governing body will move forward with greater civility, mutual respect, and a renewed commitment to work together for the betterment of this community. The people of Hazlet deserve a governing body that leads with honor, integrity, and professionalism. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
Mr. Randy Nicodemus.
Say that again, please.
Randy Nicodemus.
Yes, sir. Would you please approach the podium and state your name and address?
Yes, sir. Randy Nicodemus. My address is 2204 Virginia Lane. Here for a real Texas classic tonight. Driveways. Just to keep it short and simple. I'm not sure what the plans are for the future for allowing homeowners to asphalt their driveway versus concrete it or chip seal it. But that's why I was here tonight, just to see if we could get some clarity on what we are and are not allowed to do. And if you care to know why I'm in favor of asphalt over concrete, I'd be more than happy to share that too. But I think we all kind of have a good idea, number one being cost above everything. And then other than that, really it's just personal preference, just aesthetics. I know there's a couple in our, I'd say, neighborhood that do have it. I know it's been a while since they've laid those down, but I see both concrete and asphalt. And when I looked at the price tag on the other, I was like, okay, I gotta come see y'all. So that's my reason for being here tonight.
Thank you. Contact Mr. Thetford if you know Mr. Thetford, the building official.
Contact him?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, Randy, what street do you live on?
Sorry?
Randy,
Over here. Oh,
what street do you live on?
2204 Virginia Lane.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Good to go.
Do we have another speaker?
Yes, sir. Mr. Eric Cryle.
Mr. Cryle, if you'll approach the podium, state your name and address, please.
May I hang this up before I begin speaking?
Pardon?
May I hang this up before I begin speaking?
Yes. Is there one for each council person? And we need a copy for the city secretary as well. Please, go ahead.
Mayor, Council, good evening. I know you have some agenda items this evening that citizens are very passionate about. But I wanted to come and I want to speak to Tarrant Appraisal District in the upcoming appointment process. My name's Eric Cryle. I live across 287 in the community by Eaton High School. This upcoming appointment process will be council's opportunity to cast votes for the candidate you believe will have the best interests of Hazlet and its citizens. First, a little bit about me. I was on the TAD ballot last year, and as they say, if at first you don't succeed, try again. So here I am trying again. Only this time things are a little different. There are fewer board positions, and there are new tax entities participating. This year, there will be 2 open positions for appointments. Hazlet will have 2 votes to allocate. Your process to elect will start at the end of this month or in early September. First with the nominating period, and then with a final ballot voting in November or December. Realizing that you only have 2 votes out of 2,000 will be cast may seem like a moot point, but I believe as elected officials, if you can vote, you should exercise your right. As mentioned, new tax entities are participating this year. Conservation districts in the county chose to participate for the first time ever. There are 6 of them. Their process is a little different than the cities. In fact, they just nominated for the final ballot this fall, and I'm happy to say that they selected me as their nominee. So here I am, first out of the gate, trying to speak to everybody. If you've been following TAD in the past year, you are well aware that they instituted a market value freeze on all existing residential property and will not reappraise until 2027. This decision was hotly debated last year, and one of the biggest concerns raised was by school districts and how the freeze would affect the property value study conducted by the comptroller's office. Fast forward a year, and we now have some data that shows the effects of the freeze. In front of you is a packet I have prepared, and I've added my commentary to it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions should you have any. One of the biggest takeaways from the data shows the average home value in Hazlet has declined by approximately $15,000. However, with a market freeze in place, the only way for citizens to realize these savings would have been to protest the property's value. If a homeowner didn't protest, there would be no savings. And when I spoke to the chief appraiser, on average, he stated people were seeing a reduction in value of around 10%, which on your average existing home here in Hazlet would have been about a $60,000 off of the value. This is your appointment, and when the time comes, this council will have to vote for individuals you believe best represent the interests of you and your citizens. In essence, what TAD did with the freeze was to insert itself into this city's budget and attempt to control it. Your budget is between you and your taxpayers. In fact, it's actually the other way around. As a tax entity, you control TAD's budget. TAD does not set a tax rate. They are funded by the entities. With the current market realities, the fact is much of Tarrant County has declined in value, and many homeowners have not seen the corresponding reduction. With that said, tax relief is not the responsibility of TAD. They are there to value property. You are here to run a city and set a tax rate based on that value. Yearly appraisals would have ensured the most accurate data to achieve that outcome. Included with the packet is a copy of my resume, and I ask for your consideration when you guys come down to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and I assume you have filed with TAD as a candidate. Very good. Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
No, sir.
Pardon?
No.
Do we have anybody online?
We do have people online, but nobody that is wanting to speak at this time.
No one's asking to speak?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, let's go to item 4. Items of community interest. Movie in the Park will be held Friday, September the 19th, 2025, featuring The Wild Robot at Nance Field. Food trucks open at 6:30 p.m. and the movie begins at dark. Go to Movie in the Park on our website to find more information. National Night Out will be held Tuesday, October the 7th, 2025, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Hazlet Community Park. There will be, it's always a very good turnout. You'll see our Tarrant County Sheriff's officers there and with many others. So please, again, visit our website and you'll find a link for National Night Out. All right, council, item 5, we have the administrative reports. Is there any item you would like to have any more information on? Do you have any questions?
Mayor Halsey,
Yes.
I had a question on the board and commissions 5.0. I was just concerned or had a question of why type A and the library board have so many canceled meetings? Are they just not having any business to meet? Type A, I'm looking at, has not met since, well, April.
Type A,
And
by,
library, March. Well, no, sorry, they met in July, but then 3 months prior.
Type A is required to have one meeting per quarter. I believe that is once every 3 months.
So they've changed to once every 3 months.
It's always been in existence in their bylaws.
They just been meeting more often in the past.
They have in the past, years past.
Okay. And then library board, is
And what's your question on the library board?
the same question, sir.
They meet once a month. The library board does.
So I was asking because they met in July, but they did in June, May, and April, bless you, and then February, November. So out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like I said, they've
In
only
their
met 5
bylaws, I
times.
do not, am not aware and have not read that they are required to have a minimum number of meetings, such as, say, HCEDC, in their bylaws, they are required to meet once per month.
B is but not A. You said A is
Correct.
quarterly. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council?
Yes, Mayor, on the engineering reports,
Yes.
the roads and drainage, I see on the Hazlet Parkway, there was a meeting, working meeting on 8/8. Do we have an update on that meeting?
On 8/8,
August 8th.
a meeting with whom?
On the engineering report, it says working meeting 8/8/25. I'm sure somebody from the city
The
was
staff
involved in that
had
meeting.
a meeting, and there has been a meeting scheduled coming, I believe it's next week. Yes, it is next week, with the property owners themselves. So the update would be is that the full design, and I'll let Mr. Anderson speak more to it, but engineering has produced the full design and the cost of the project.
Mr. Hordick, are you asking about Hassett Parkway or Hassett Park drainage? We've got them both listed on the report here, just to clarify.
As I heard, you were asking very specifically the Hassett Park.
On the third bullet down on road and drainage, says Hazlet Parkway,
Oh, Hassett Parkway.
and in blue, says working meeting 8/8/25. So did that meeting happen?
Yes, sir. We had a
Okay, do we
meeting.
have an update on that meeting?
We had a working meeting to discuss the lack of response from TxDOT on our punch list.
Okay,
That
can
was set.
council get an update on that meeting, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
And that's been coordinated with engineering, in fact, two engineering firms and staff to bring the council a full update and presentation for the September 15th meeting.
Specific to Hassett Parkway.
Very specific to Hassett Parkway.
And then Mayor, one other thing, I had asked about getting a Republic Services report and a staffing report added. Is there, can you give me an update on either of those?
Staff is working with Republic Services as to how to generate that report.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council? If not, then we'll go to item 6, updates on active items, projects, and event recaps. Mr. Tucker.
Can you open that PowerPoint presentation for me? We just have a couple updates. A lot of this hasn't really changed, but it's just to give y'all some pictures of some of the progress out there. All right, next slide. So back to the fire station sanitary sewer project, that has been substantially complete and is in service. We have moved the fire department onto it. They're completely off of septic, and that line has been, like I said, substantially complete. There's, yes, sir.
You might pull that mic up a little closer to you.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. So the contractor is coming back on site September 9th. This is to address a handful of punch list items, just, you know, some small stuff here and there, but they will be there to finish those up. We're hoping that'll put a close to that project. Next slide. The fire station expansion project, they are behind on that, but they're working on a recovery for that. They had an issue with one of the concrete subcontractors leaving. They have a replacement that was brought on 8/13, and the contractors requested to start working Saturdays to recover that lost time to get back on schedule. So we expect some improvement there. Next slide. Keller Hassett Road Extension, again, this project is substantially complete. TxDOT will install traffic poles starting September 2nd. I did see signal pole work today being done, so they are well on it. And we're working still with the electric service with Encore to get the actual power to that site. And they're hoping to have a tighter timeline in the next couple of weeks. Next slide.
Can I have a question on the previous, or do you want to go through the whole thing and then wait? So they did determine that traffic lights were warranted at that location after the study?
That's correct. It was warranted from the beginning.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. Is that Mr. Anderson helped me on probably 8 months ago, 8 months ago, we submitted a detailed analysis at TxDOT request regarding the signal warrant analysis. The signal warrant analysis determined, yes, that it needs a signal lights, and TxDOT had volunteered to provide and install all of that at their cost, and then they decided not to. Then we progressed with the project with the understanding that stop signs would be installed, and then at the last minute, due to, I'll say, political pressure, and at the request of Fort Worth, we delayed our construction, which I brought to the council, I've mentioned before, and agreed to wait on the finish of the construction of our project until the traffic lights are installed. So I make these comments to, no, TxDOT did not determine that they were needed. They just agreed to put them in upon Haslett and City of Fort Worth request. All right then.
Next slide. Then Hassett Parkway. So again, that roadway is complete to Station 69. The end of the project remains unfinished. There is stockpiled construction materials, and we need a better termination of utilities. We have some slides for those. Next slide. This is also at the end. We are having some problems with contractor debris accumulating. Next slide.
Let me, before you go through and continue through here, I need to make the, I'll say a qualifying point. This is all TxDOT responsibility. And this will be part of what you get a detailed report on September the 15th. It'll be inclusive of this, but with many other items.
As you can see, this is just structures and stuff that are still at the very end of that project that need to be relocated and moved. Next slide. It says water pipe, excess, riprap, things like that. This slide here is the same updates we gave you for Community Park. This is just some pictures kind of showing here. So if we were having issues with algae and water accumulating, weeping out of those bridges, this is a finished thing of the drainage that's collecting and routing that out. Next slide.
Now, this was part of our community park improvement project, yes.
This is also just from a little further back. It's showing where there's a box drain to collect that same water coming there and ultimately keep it off the sidewalk from being slippery. Now, this is just the concrete and the drainage stuff has been done. There's still lots of cleanup and vegetation to be reestablished. This right here is a little further down, right there at the east crossing. It's a kind of a view trying to show the riprap before all that was missing. So this is grouted and riprap placed to help hold that water. So when we get those high water through there, it keeps that material from being drug out and erosion from happening. Next slide. And this is the far end. We're still waiting on box culverts to be delivered. 8/28 is their delivery date, and they've removed and set that up. So the original eroding crossing is out. It's still closed for pedestrian traffic, of course, but it is ready for those box culverts to be set. And that's all for the update.
Cass, one question. Is there a locking mechanism working on the tennis courts and pickleball? Everything's fine there.
To my knowledge, we see there's steady submissions happening and codes generated. We haven't been aware of any issues. If there is,
No.
yeah.
That's been in place for several months.
It's great. I love you going up there and using it. I'm glad people are reserving it.
Yeah, we've found very little issues with it. We do change batteries out regularly, but people seem to be, it's well used, so. Thank you.
And just
Very
a couple
good.
real quick comment, James, on these community park improvements. They do look very good, and excited to see the part, especially under the bridge. We've got a large audience. I don't know if any of you guys walk out under that. I've walked under there numerous times, and yes, I have busted my rear end going underneath that. So hopefully this will help out quite a bit there. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, we are too. That's been a huge complaint, a huge issue, and it's hard to mitigate, and we think these will be well worthwhile changes. Thank you.
Very good. All right then. So we have, we're down to 60, Haslett Crossing Guard Ordinance and Crossing Guard Contract. Just to update you on this, this is an item that the mayor started in February of this year. And that was in concert visiting several residents in Ashmore Farms as part of my many meetings I've had with different subdivisions. But one of the residents made the comment, it sure would be nice if we could get a crossing guard here in Ashmore Farms. And that's a very good idea. So we went to work and transferred that to Mr. Page in March, and we need an ordinance to start with. So there were several things that we needed. We needed an ordinance, we needed where the crossing guards would be, and we need to find someone who runs crossing guard programs. So that led to conversations with the city of Fort Worth and NISD, and all cities pay for crossing guards. Fort Worth pays for all their crossing guards, and every other city does as well. And we found out who that crossing guard company is. There's a company, it's called the Crossing Guard Company, and that's all they do. They manage the entire program. And fast forward to, so identified the spots. I had 3 at that time, one in Ashmore Farms, and that is where the neighborhood children congregate in one location for the school bus to come and pick them up. It's near an intersection that unfortunately some people don't behave and stop at the stop signs. So we need a crossing guard. Also, but talking with residents in Laterra about that, they identified, well, we need a couple of them on John Day Road near the middle school. And I go, okay, very good, thank you. So I put that together, sent it to the Crossing Guard Company to get a cost estimate, identified the locations for them. They responded yes. And again, fast forward to the August 4th council meeting, Mr. Carruthers identified, well, you know what? We need 2 crossing guards near Hassett Elementary immediately in front. And I asked, please send those locations. And prior to that, the contract was put together, identified, the estimate was there with all full intent to put that on this meeting. Mr. Carruthers sent me the locations last Tuesday, August the 12th, identifying specifically where those are. So I then updated the map, sent that back, and in that midst of that, Mr. Page has sent an ordinance that would, actually prior to August 4th, sent an ordinance to implement this program. So then I updated the map, sent it to the crossing guard company to get a new estimate and a contract. And I did, they responded about some verbiage in that ordinance, something that they did not do. And so I sent that back to legal. Please, let's modify this ordinance as needed to accommodate this crossing guard company in what they do, and the establishing of a crossing guard program in Haslett. It's a crossing guard program, not a school crossing guard, but they're one and the same. It's just a matter of it's not sitting in front of a school. But nonetheless, this Thursday, that ordinance was sent back, I believe, Wednesday or Thursday, sent back to Mr. Page. So that is the last piece. The crossing guard company has sent a contract. Mr. Page has it for review. It's been updated, and he has the ordinance to correct. That's the status of it. So it will be on the September 15th City Council agenda, but that's an item I started in February.
Okay, so just for clarification, I know there were 3 crossing guard locations that the schools specifically asked for. Are those on the contract? And then you said you added one at Ashmore?
So there's one in Ashmore, the original request. There are 2 on John Day Road. I don't recall the names of the street, but they lead right in to the middle school.
I know Ms. Arnold had
And
mentioned
then
one.
there
I'm sorry,
are-
can I finish talking? Sorry.
Say it again.
May I finish, sir? So I know that Ms. Arnold had reached out about the one location in John Day Road. Ms. Childress, excuse me, she got married. So I was curious what the other location was on John Day or Tara. And then the Hat Elementary,
Who reached out?
the principal of Worthington Middle School. About
Did not reach out to the mayor.
Yes, I remember I mentioned at the last meeting that at the budget workshop that I saw her at a coach's convocation, and she asked about the crossing guards, and I told her I would talk to you. And that's when you told me they're already kind of in place.
2 spots on. If you have a specific location, please
And
send that.
I did, I sent it to you that next day on the
You
3rd.
got it drawn on the map?
Yes,
On the map?
and you replied back that, thank you. So, yeah, we're good on that one. I just didn't know the second location on John Day that you're referring to.
Okay.
So can you tell me that, please?
Can you pull up, James? Where are you at, James? Pull up a map.
I can give you roads, sir. It's 2 roads that cross the guard would be the Terra Vista Drive and the Terra Ranch Road.
Those are
The Terra
that's
Ranch
all, that leads into the middle schools on John Day Road.
Okay, I didn't have the
Those are
Terra
those
Ranch
2
Road.
locations that we
Okay.
have crossing guards.
And so on the 15th, we'll be able to review the contract, check the price, and then make that motion at that night so they can start immediately since school started last week. Is that the plan?
You'll approve an ordinance first, establishes the plan, and then you'll approve a contract which enables the contractor to start their
Immediately,
program.
okay. And that's September 15th.
Yes,
Mayor Halsey,
Thank you.
yes.
I also wanted to clarify that Haslett Elementary was also going to have crossing guards supposed to be in front of it as well.
Yes, there are 2 locations there.
So
And
it'll be
that
5
is
total.
La Terra Ranch, and what was the other name of that road?
It's La Terra Ranch Road at Wisdom Way and Prairie View Drive at Wisdom Way.
And those are the 2 that's on that map for that contractor. So we have 5 total. 2 with regard to Wisdom Way, and 2 with regard to John Day Road, and 1 with regard to Ashmore Farms. And that program may grow, and the contracting company, the crossing guard company, can accommodate if there are other subdivisions identified in Haslett that need crossing guards.
So Mayor, sorry, just point of clarification. So we won't be able to designate money and get the program started until after the September 15th meeting?
That's correct.
So really it'll be, I mean, by the time we get them hired, it'll be almost the time for the new budget to kick in, correct? Probably October 1st.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But we can authorize it using our contingency funds immediately. So, and that's what that contingency fund is designed for. All right, any other questions on that? Okay, next item, Old Town. I see cars starting to stack up again. I'm very anxious for TxDOT to install their lights, and we can finish up our construction project and eliminate all that traffic coming through here. The big rigs and heavy equipment from Burlington Northern, as well as all that North Sendera traffic. And they'll have that express route and a signal light to help them get onto 156. It was brought to my attention that Mr. Mick Gilbert and Mr. Hort and Ms. Morrow, y'all took a tour of Old Town weekend before last in an ATV. I just wanted to know if you had anything to report to the full council.
That's incorrect.
Oh, no.
Last weekend?
Not last
Or
weekend,
Any weekend? No.
probably weekend, sometime here in the immediate past. No one took a tour
I
of
have nothing to
Haslett Park?
report.
I mean, Old Town?
No, I took a tour of,
Say it again, sir?
I took a tour of Haslett Park and Brentwood and Maxwell Circle, but not Old Town.
Okay. So nothing,
Tour of Old,
anything you want to share on that? That's just, give you an opportunity to update the council.
I know I met the lady that works at the church, at the Methodist church, that was filling in the gardens. She was gardening, and I said hi to her. So that's,
Talking about the old Methodist church?
yes, sorry. Correct.
Up on the hill? Very good, very good. All right then. Okay,
so Mayor, I'd like one question back up. We covered fire station, sanitary sewer and expansion project. Back during the budget workshop, I'd asked to get an update during this council meeting on the installation of the new AC units and generator that were budgeted, this budget year, if we've got any updates on those.
well, that'll be a different item. That's not here.
So you didn't add an update. I asked you to do that under the budget meeting.
I don't recall. Did you send me an email, please?
I'll
I
send you
mean, in
another
the
notice.
future,
I'll-
if y'all have specific items, please send a email to the city secretary and I mean, we get lots of items. And
Okay,
if
we
the
spoke-
city, if someone who was taking minutes overlooked that, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus or blaming anything or anybody. It's just, it may have gotten missed. Our
Okay.
apologies.
Okay, yeah, because I'd asked Kurt and he deferred it to you, so.
You asked what?
I asked Mr. Mays, and he deferred it to you about the status back during the budget workshop.
So you asked
I will
Mr.
send-
Mays to
I will
read.
send you an email.
Please, thank you very much. That's
Thank
the most effective way.
I had another question about Old Town. So we're going to put a sign up that says no through traffic for trucks? Is that what you mean? We're going to eliminate the big rigs? We're going to put a sign up?
When that time approaches, when TxDOT is ready to, when we have that scheduled date that those signal lights will be turned on, yes, we'll utilize our marquee signs and give adequate warning, probably 2 weeks before the
That
change.
no through traffic for trucks?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't, we can't forbid no through traffic,
Okay, so I'll just
but
say,
it will discourage direct traffic.
what will it say exactly? You said
I don't,
we
we
can't say
haven't
no
got that
through,
exact message.
Okay.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
but it can't say no through traffic for trucks. They can,
It
And
will
it can't
have
be-
posted no trucks.
So the same that's on Harmon, where it says no trucks, and it has a sign
Similar.
to that? Okay, thank you.
All right, then. Item 7 is our consent agenda. Council, do you have anything you'd like to pull from the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I had a question about the city council minutes for August 2nd. To me, that didn't really look like minutes. It just seems like the agenda that we did. Can you pull that up for me?
Do you have an item identified?
I'm saying there's not really any detail here, and all the work that we did on that day is not reflected in the budget that we're voting, that we have before us for tonight. So I'm not sure how we really need to handle that.
Well, as in that budget meeting, this was a workshop. It was not a vote to change the budget of any sort. I did advise the council at that time, when you come to this meeting, to have each item that you want identified or revised, to make a motion to do that. And so you'll find it, and you'll have that opportunity towards the end of this agenda.
Okay, so if it wasn't a meeting, do we need to approve the minutes of it?
It was a meeting. It was a workshop. You're approving the minutes of a workshop.
Okay.
All right. May I have a motion?
Just to clarify, so we're approving the agenda for the workshop, but no minutes were actually taken. So is that kind of the difference, is what you're saying, Mr. Crothers?
Well, it was not a city council. There's a difference between city council meetings and budget and workshops.
And workshops, right.
Any
So
kind of workshop. This was a workshop.
I understand that, but I'm saying that the minutes, we're really approving just the agenda. It's not, there are no minutes that were recorded.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Motion is made to approve the consent agenda as submitted. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? Is again, okay. All right, that's unanimous. Thank you, council. Item 8, public hearings, ordinances, resolution, and action items. 8A, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act on a noise variance request for the Quick Trip construction site to conduct early concrete pours. Mr. Thetford.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item before you is a request from GPD Construction. They're the contractor that's doing the work at QT, building that project right now. They're going to be doing requesting to do some early morning concrete pours, and this is a kind of a similar item we've heard in the past for variance requests for early mornings. They're requesting to start about 5 a.m. One of the reasons to conduct the early pours is to try to mitigate any type of potential health risk, dehydration to their employees. I believe I do have Mr. Caleb Palmer here in the audience, if y'all have any questions for him.
Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Would you please approach the podium? And if you want to add to anything that Mr. Thetford has said.
Just beyond health risk, just with the large concrete pours we have, the durations to get that many trucks in there kind of expand our time limit as far as getting trucks in and pumping concrete, as well as scheduling concrete with ready-mix plants for those size pours. Having further times gets us better service and better product long term.
Very good, very good. Council, do you have a question for the Mr. Thetford or the presenter?
I believe that's just like 30 minutes before normal pour time, right?
So 5 o'clock is what they're asking for, and right now I'm not exactly sure the sunrise time.
Okay.
So normally it's 30 minutes prior to that is when they can start.
My question, you have Monday through Friday for what duration? How long?
For the concrete pours we'd have, we'd be pouring concrete from 5 a.m. to...
For like a month?
For how
6
many
months,
weeks?
a year?
No, so we pour
Weeks?
concrete once a week for 2 to 3 months, kind of depending on weather and scheduling.
That's kind of estimate is once a week for 2 to 3 months.
Correct. Yeah, we wouldn't make a concrete pour that size more than once a week.
So that I understand, so you would, let's call it on Tuesdays, you do concrete pours. I don't know what day it is. I'm just using it as a figure of speech. But you would do that once a week
Correct.
for 3-4 months?
2 to 3 months.
2 to 3 months. Very good. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
these are trucks coming in to bring the concrete?
Correct.
You're not doing a batch plan or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. All right, then. Let's go to the public hearing. I open the public hearing at 7:51 for anyone who would like to speak on this topic, for or against. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this topic regarding early concrete pour? Is there anybody online?
There was no one online at this point.
Very good. All right, then, with no one in the audience, no one in online, I close the public hearing at 7:51 p.m. All right, council is to you, discuss, consider, and act.
I'll make a motion that we accept the noise variance for the QT for the construction site to conduct early morning pours.
So it would be that you approve the notice
We approve, yes.
request. Is that correct?
Yes.
Motion's made to approve the notice variance request for the Quick Trip construction site and to conduct early concrete pours. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. 8B, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act regarding the approval of the Cross City North Site and Landscape Plan. Mr. Schwanke.
Mayor and members of the council, this is a site plan for a church that's located at the intersection of Sweetgrass and Hazlet Parkway. And it's currently platted, so it's got a final plat, lot and block number, and they have submitted a site plan that's for a 450-seat church. The building itself is going to be approximately 20,000 square feet, and the total site is 6.25 acres. And having said that, what's included in your packet is the landscape plan, a site plan, a photometric plan, and several other drawings of exterior elevations. And this requires a public hearing. And so that's the presentation. If you have any questions, the applicants are here.
Very good. The applicants, are you here present? Please, would you like to add anything to what Mr. Schwanke has described?
Well, just thank you, Mayor, for considering the plan that we have. I'm John Metter, lead pastor of Cross City Church. It's located in Euless, Texas. With me is our campus pastor, Kent Wells, the new Alliance campus, our administrator, Chris McElroy, and also our building construction manager, Todd Butts, over here. And we work with you guys in the MCWC project, Mississippi Women's Clinic, that recently finished and completed the project. Same type of architecture, same type of builder, so we're looking forward to working with the community. We're here to answer any questions we can.
Very good. Council, you got any questions to ask Mr. Schwanke or the applicant?
Yes, Mayor, I just, one question, looking at the size of this, and maybe I missed the estimated number of people that you intend for your congregation, but looking at the site map, are the 2 exits going to be suffice to handle the traffic in and out?
As far as the inlet?
What's that?
Inlets to the
Site plan, why don't you show the site plan?
Looks like there's 2 entrances, one to the west and one to the south. Be
That is
sufficient.
correct. And one of the things, the comments been made by engineering, if it merits it later on, there could be a deceleration lane on Hazlet Parkway to help in traffic so it doesn't back up the Hazlet Parkway. But it should handle it.
Okay, that's my only concern is, with the number of parking places and the traffic coming in and out, especially one on the Hazlet Parkway being, main thoroughfare for not only Sweetgrass, but others, coming from the west, is that going to pose a problem?
Mr. Anderson, does the city engineer have any comments to this?
So we're working with them to get a plan, an access plan for how they handle services, circulation plan. And Mr. Schwenke did state that we have a trip generation that was produced by the applicant. And we're trying to correlate the timing of the turn lane with either the initial phase or the second phase of the project. And that'll be based on the city of Fort
Please
Worth
share that
criteria.
microphone.
Sorry?
Oh, you have a microphone there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So there will be a turn lane that what we're trying to determine is whether that's needed day one or what the expansion. You can see they've got two phases here. Phase 2 consists of 136 spots, I believe. So we're working through that with the applicant right now, but we do understand the need to keep Hazlet Parkway moving.
Okay, because that's what, looking at this, even the exit out to the west, you figure most people that are going to exit west, they're going to turn right to go to Hazlet Parkway, so you're going to have two groups headed out to Hazlet Parkway. But, that's my only concern. I guess the only saving grace, so to speak, would be normal church hours, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sundays. It's probably the least travel time, for the parkway. So that, it may fit, but, just an overall concern when you start putting more and more traffic on Hazlet Parkway. Just want to make sure we're taking that into account.
Very good. All right then. This time I'll open the public hearing on this site. And well, wait a minute, before I do that, landscape plan, you're going to present a landscape plan? Pardon? Mr. Swanky, is there a landscape plan that shows it on the agenda?
Yes, there is. It'll be the third exhibit.
I'll go up one more. Next one down.
Next one down.
Mr. Tucker, you want to help out here? There we go. Landscape plan, there we are. Okay, Mr. Swanky, would you like to make a comment to the landscape plan?
Sure. We're required by ordinance to have one tree every 10 spaces, and they have done that, and they've got their street trees as well as shrubs at various locations to block off the visibility from the street of cars parked in, especially on the north side and also to the west. And they've also put trees along the south side that borders the residential subdivision to the south, the Sweetgrass, the rest of it. And it meets the ordinance and what they provided. And they've actually provided another little exhibit of the north elevation. And if you could show that, which if you can back out. Yeah. So you can sort of see what the character of the site is with the shrubs and the trees.
Very good. Looks like it'll be a very attractive development.
Mayor Halsey, I have a question. So, and this went to P&Z?
Yes.
Okay.
All right then. So we've reviewed the site plan and the landscape plan. I'd like to go to the public hearing. At this time, I'll open the public hearing up at 8 p.m. Is there anybody who would like to speak to this project? Is there anybody online?
There is no one online to speak at this time.
All right, I close the public hearing at 8 p.m. All right, council, it's to you. Discuss, consider, and act.
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
Make a motion to approve the approval of Cross City North Site and Landscape Plan.
Motion is made to approve the North City Site Plan and Landscape Plan.
Yes, sir.
Motion is made to approve the Cross City North Site Plan and Landscape Plan. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just real quick, on the landscape plan, I'm not worried about visibility to Hazlitt Parkway. I'm more concerned, with the southern boundary there that backs up to those homes that, we just make sure we've got adequate coverage on that piece to shield those homes because, with the traffic, possibly, after hours and, the noise, whatnot, on a Sunday or Saturday evening, I would want to make sure that that's dense enough, to try to protect those homes from, any light pollution or noise pollution that may come out.
Very good. All right, there's a motion and second on the table. I call for the vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Item 8C, discuss, consider, and act regarding the approval of the Hicks and Harmon Addition preliminary plat. Mr. Schwanke.
Mayor, members of the council, this is a little bit larger site, and it's, I want to talk a little bit about it, but can we go to the location map? There you go. It's in the packet somewhere. But anyway, this is a 67.
Is this the map you want, Mr. Schwanke?
Yeah, go down, right there. Go down a little bit further.
And if you could zoom out some.
Okay. And this site is located at the very extreme southeast corner of the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction. And that's the important part of this. It is outside the city limits. The road to the south, Keller Hicks, is half in the city of Fort Worth, half in the city's ETJ, and so it makes it a little bit difficult for construction later on. But it also sides up with Harmon Road on the west side, I-35W on the east side, and if we can go up to a little bit higher on the next slide up. Go down one more. Go down one more. Right there. This is at the northwest corner where there's a Harmon Road intersects with Blue Mound Road, and there's a large intersection that's being planned on that thoroughfare. And this group, through a pre-annexation agreement, is looking at constructing that intersection, which basically all is on their property. And so that's a pretty big deal for the city. Instead of having a piecemeal, it'll be a one-time thing to get that intersection constructed. They are planning at this point 4 lots on the track. One of them is a big industrial building site. And then there's another one that on the southeast corner, which is a little over 4 acres, which is a commercial site. And there's also 2 billboard sites that are existing. And if this council acted on those billboards in the past, there were 3, and it was then reduced down to 2. And having said that, the applicants are in the audience tonight, so if you have any questions for them, they are here to answer. And this is a preliminary plat in our extraterritorial jurisdiction, and there is no public hearing.
Very good. Is the applicant present? Would you like to add to anything that Mr. Swanky has? All right, very good. All right then. Council, you got any questions of Mr. Swanky on the presentation? Again, this is a preliminary plat.
Yes, sir. Can you go back to that map for the new road? With the hundreds and thousands of people that probably drive down Harmon and to get on Blue Mound every day, how long is this road going to be shut down? Because that's going to be a pretty drastic change for a lot of people that take this road to and from work. So is there a timetable when this how long that's going to take, or put people out of?
Well, the engineer's in the room tonight. He might be able to give us educated guess on that.
And please recognize, there's some things we, as many roads as that we have, sometimes we have to shut a road down. But Mr. Anderson can expound a little bit more on that. And you, sir?
John Ferraro of Westwood, working with the developer on this. Just to answer the question from Mr. Gilbert. The time schedule has been put together, much like most road projects, trying to be as much open as possible. And just through a lot of different phases on there to try to keep those normal routes open and not just shut down. But that'd be something to work with the city on, Mr. Anderson.
I would anticipate one lane would be open and that traffic would be managed. So you would have two-way travel. But Mr. Anderson?
Yes, sir. Most of the work in blue you see is on their property outside of the existing right-of-way. We do have some areas of green where we're transitioning back to the existing right-of-way and pavement. So next step would be Ragsdale and his team would get together and put together a set of plans. We'd go through those plans. Part of that would be a traffic control plan, and we'll be able to get some more information as we get the plans developed, make sure we keep traffic moving out there. Understood.
Mr. Swanky, I've got a couple of questions. One of your comments was that based on the location of the road on the south side there, Keller Hicks, it would present challenges in the future. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, it's this developer actually built the construction on the south side. In doing that, Fort Worth didn't want to have anything to do with the road, as our understanding. They wanted to leave it like it was, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's pretty much the way it was, and just what's going to happen on the road on their side, the current side, is up in the air at this point. And the Planning and Zoning Commission actually recommended that be addressed in the pre-annexation agreement. And those things have not totally been worked out yet. But that was one of their suggestions.
That road from 35 to, I guess, what's currently Harmon Road there, it's only one lane each way, but it goes to 4 lanes when it gets to the freeway. And I would anticipate in the future, at some point, it would need to be widened. And I'd hate to get to that point and no one knows how to navigate that. So I'm just wondering if there's a way we can mitigate those issues, even if it's 20 years down the road. But I don't want to hem somebody in that's 20 years down the road with what we do today.
Yeah,
let me make a comment here. That's a multi-jurisdictional issue right now.
That's what I'm asking.
It is a multi-jurisdictional issue.
Okay.
And is there a final plan worked out between the city of Haslett and Fort Worth and Tarrant County? Actually, it's 3 jurisdictions. 3 jurisdictions. That takes coordination. But in speaking with, is Mr. Rice here? Mr. Rice. In speaking with Mr. Rice earlier last week, is that, they are in the business of building these buildings and finding tenants. And if you want to come up and make a comment to this to clarify that. But as I understand, they find a tenant, and the tenant says, I need that road improved today. And Mr. Rice, what was your reply?
Yeah, I'm talking about Keller Hicks because...
Yes, I am talking about Keller Hicks as well.
Because that increased the truck traffic there for sure.
Well, if you, Bob Rice, Ironwood Realty Partners, 3030 LBJ Freeway, Dallas, Texas. Would you pull up the site plan, please? If you, most of the truck traffic really wants to come on and off of I-35. We're working with TxDOT right now to get curb cuts off of I-35. Trucks, they want to get in off of the interstate and back on as quickly as possible, just because they have a limited amount of time that they can drive before they have to rest. So we anticipate really all of the truck traffic coming off of I-35, and then also the truck movements, they'd like to do a counterclockwise movement. So that's why it makes even more sense to come in at the northeast corner of the site. So on Keller Hicks, we anticipate car traffic. In our developments, we want to separate car and truck traffic from a safety standpoint. And I would add that, I mean, we're dedicating right away in this plat to the city along Keller Hicks, and also all of the right of way at that northeast corner as well. So, at some point, and that's difficulty, as Peter said, that you've got 3 jurisdictions, and to add any lanes to an existing road, now you have basically 1.5 lanes on each side, and it just doesn't work, and it ends up getting torn out. When it is time to widen it, the entire road will need to be redone all at once and have 4 lanes. But we're dedicating the right of way so that you can expand that road when the time comes.
Okay.
I would like to add, let me add something. Is it being multi-jurisdictional, we have the staff and I have a very good working relationship with those 2 entities, and being Tarrant County as well as the city of Fort Worth with their more senior management to address these types, and we do. But at this point in time, getting a final design, it's not warranted at this point.
The only other 2 things I would bring up, one is I'd almost guarantee you're going to have traffic from 35 once you connect everything that tries to cut through your parking lot to miss that light on southbound access road. So I wonder if there might be some mitigation for you to keep cars from, flying through your parking lot in order to miss the light.
Well, we're not going to have, there will be no connections onto Harmon Road.
I mean, they're going to try to get to Keller Hicks off the access road through your parking lot and get onto Keller Hicks to miss the light.
Can you pull up the site plan so we can see this? I know that there's a detailed site plan with the building on it.
Typically on these, it's a lot of time, I would say majority of the time, there's security fencing on these projects. And so, I would tell you, we deal with people that want to cut through on other developments, or, in the building, their kids going in, doing donuts in the parking lot in the middle of the night. I mean, it's something we just deal with, and typically on this, it would be a secured truck board.
Okay. And so then the only other thing I wanted to just clarify, because on the back corner of your property, right across the road, is a future site plan for a elementary school.
Yes.
So there's going to be a school zone, there's going to be kids, there's going to be lots of traffic. But your entrances and exits don't go to the back side of your property, correct? They just go to 35 and to Keller Hicks?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I know that was the city's concern is, are you having trucks go up Harmon Road up to hit
170.
And, I mean, again, their goal is they want to get out of there and onto the freeway the shortest possible.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and early working with Mr. Rice and company is that we expressed that and just said, this can't happen because of the school traffic, and we don't, so they did oblige. So all their connection points is from their property to the east and to the south.
I guess it would be the southeast corner of the property at Keller Hicks and 35. What's going to be down there? It looks like detention basin or something like that, is what's going to be that corner? Is that just going to be a dead zone of just, vegetation?
We don't know right now. So it could be additional parking, it could be, we would be starting this building as a speculative development. So I don't have any idea what the use, who the tenant will be. So it gives us some flexibility if you have somebody that has special requirements or need additional parking, if it's more of a kitty type operation, something like that. Or we may look at selling that off as a retail type corner. So that's why we platted it as a separate lot from the main.
I think Mayor Halsey mentioned there would be 3 commercial locations, or something about commercial.
Mr. Swanky did.
One commercial, sorry. 1 industrial, 1 commercial, and 2 for billboards.
Yeah, two.
So where would
Two ones are the billboards, and they're located next to 35. And then one in the very corner, which is identified as, can you go to the plat? Go up. Go up. One more. Go up one more slide. One more. Right there. If you can zoom in on that, you'll see on the southeast corner there's a lot, and that lot is a commercial tract.
One other question. This won't affect the city of Haslett's usage of one of the billboards? That doesn't, does he know, is he aware of that with the?
Yeah, those are existing billboards, so it's.
So it doesn't, completely unrelated?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, so I guess I don't need to answer it.
Now, the question was those billboards, it's basically inside the city limits. Billboards are not really allowed, but those 2 are existing, and they're being separated out on 2 separate small little tracks.
That was maybe a year ago, we executed an agreement with Clear Channel. That's who owns that property. And you see those, there are 2 small boxes right there, and that's what that is.
So one more question, Mr. Schwenke. This is in the ETJ.
That is correct.
So currently they have no water at the site, is that correct?
Well, that's one of the reasons why, I'll get around to the answer, but that's one of the reasons why they want to do a pre-annexation agreement, is they would like to come inside the city limits.
So will there be any financial obligations for the city of Haslett for this project regarding connecting the water?
No.
Okay.
No, there would not be. And to make it clear, they can remain as a county project, and we still serve them water. So it's not required that there's an annexation for them to receive water.
Is there for sewer?
There is for sewer.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That's the, if you would like sewer, there is an annexation requirement. But that's not being contested at all. We've been working diligently through that. And you'll see that in the near future.
See that when?
Pardon? You'll see the annexation agreement in the near future. All right, any other, so there is no public hearing on that. Any other presentation? And now this is a preliminary plat, distinguished, okay, and what's coming after this?
Okay. After this, the preliminary plat, there will be some engineering work that'll have to be done. Then we'll see a final plat that'll come in. Then after that, we should see annexation. After the utilities are put in place and the building is constructed, that's normally the case. And it just depends on how the pre-annexation agreement is structured.
Yes. Very good. All right, council, let's go to part 2. Discuss, consider, and act.
I just have one more question. I like the new design of the roadway. I think that flows really well. Is the reason why you're doing that just for more traffic that's going to come through there, or what's wrong with kind of what we have now?
May I answer that? I would like to turn that over to Mr. Anderson, because that design was generated from traffic impact analysis Ironwood did not generate that design. The city did.
Okay.
So please go ahead, Mr. Anderson, and address that.
Yes, sir, we did a corridor study for Blue Mountain Road from that portion of the city all the way to the other city limits. We've got a presentation on that on the 15th of September, so we'll get in depth on it, but we did consider a couple different options and determined that the realignment as shown here made the most sense. These folks happen to walk in the door and say, hey, we can help you out with that, dedicating the road right away and constructing it, so that's how that alignment was chosen, part of our study. Yes, sir.
All right.
I guess my last question, before we make a motion, do we need to add the additional consideration that the P and Z has recommended? Is that ideal?
Yeah, they wanted you to, on the pre-annexation agreement that you'll be looking at, that there might be some consideration. It might be a long-term future consideration, but, you know, they just wanted to add that in there. Because there were some residents that came and spoke at the P&Z, and they were concerned about the traffic.
Yeah. Let me, the specific to this agenda items about this preliminary plat. What was P&Z's recommendation?
As it states in the report, if you can just raise up that report just a little bit.
But, you can just go ahead and tell us.
Okay. That during the preparation of the pre-construction agreement, that the city take a look at that.
No, let me ask you this. Did they recommend approval of the plat?
They recommended approval of the plat.
What, all of them?
All of them. It was unanimous.
Unanimous. Okay, that's I think what we were getting
Well,
at.
with the additional, it says with additional consideration. That's what I was asking about.
That will come in the future. It's not part of this approval of this plat.
We can
preliminary
add it if we'd like to, correct? Mr. Page, is that?
Yes.
Yeah, we can add it. So that's why I was just.
That would be a condition.
Condition, okay. Okay, I'm ready to make a motion then. So I would like to make a motion to approve the Hicks and Harmon addition preliminary plat with additional consideration for the access and construction of Keller Hicks Road.
Within the pre-annexation agreement?
It doesn't clarify, I mean, if I need to clarify that, I can. Do I need to clarify that?
I would, because I wasn't at the meeting.
Yes, I would.
Okay, so
Okay,
I'll
that's
say it
where
again.
it'll be addressed is in the pre-annexation agreement.
So
If you would
I'll do
restate
this.
your motion.
I will. I will make a motion to approve the Hicks and Harmon addition preliminary plat with additional consideration for the access and construction of Keller Hicks Road in the pre-annexation agreement.
Motion is made to approve the Hicks and Harmon addition preliminary plat and to give consideration to the construction of Keller Hicks Road in the pre-annexation agreement?
Yes, for access and construction.
Yeah, for access and construction. Is there a second?
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? 5-0. Thank you, council. It's unanimous. Item 8D, discuss, consider, and act on an ordinance to increase sewer rates effective October 1, 2025. Ms. Lamb.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the rate increase information that you all saw at the budget workshop. Back in 2024, we had a rate study for water and sewer rates, and at that time, the council raised water rates and volume on sewer rates, and then half of the recommended monthly base rate on the residential sewer. This request this evening is to make the additional 50% rate increase to the minimum monthly base rate for residences in the city for sewer. The current amount is $31.50 per account. The recommendation from the water sewer rate study was $39.64, and that would be an increase outside the city limits customers, and it's recommended to raise that from $47.25 to $59.46. However, at the current time, we don't have any outside city limits sewer customers, so there's no financial impact to that. As stated, it'd be an $8.14 per month residential customer charge within the city limits for a total rate of $39.64, and with an approximate amount of 1,950 customers now, that would raise $190,476. This amount has been included in the budget that you will see later this evening as part of the water and sewer fund.
Let me ask for, and there's a reason for doing this. This is the water and sewer fund, which is called an enterprise fund. And this is a deficit that's been running for years, correct? And so this rate increase does what with regard to that?
That's correct.
What does it do?
It will bring us up to the rate that the water rate study had shown would cover our costs back in 2024, and it will allow the water sewer fund to become self-sustainable and cover their costs and be able to put some money into their reserve.
I think that's what I was looking for. A water and sewer fund in any municipality in the state, probably in the nation, is it being an enterprise fund. So any enterprise fund is a self-sustaining fund, and this is the last piece. This $8.14 makes that enterprise fund whole.
And I had a question as well. Since it's a change in the revenue but not expenditure, we still have to make the motion and second and do everything when the budget time comes? Or since it's different than what was presented by the $190,476, does this action item approve it, or do we have to do it as well here?
I have a echo, I'm sorry. All right, so please restate that.
My question is, if we approve it in this agenda item, do we still need to do it when we are looking at the budget later?
Yes, ma'am, two items. So this is approving that increase.
We're going to do it.
And then that would roll into the budget.
Okay.
Because this is reflected in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, council, it's yours. Discuss, consider, and act.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the increase of the base sewer rate by $8.14.
Motion is made to increase the base sewer or the sewer rates to $8.14, and I assume to be effective October 1st, 2025. Very good. So motion is made to increase the sewer rates by $8.14 per month per residential customer, effective October 1, 2025. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Please let me see a show of hands again. Okay, all opposed? 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, council. And at this time, I would like to take just a 5-minute break. I need that. So recessing open session at 8:29. Let's reassemble to at 8:34 to resume.
Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. I can hear it too. Can y'all hear me in the back? Both of these on. You think so? Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. This one's not picking up much at all. These are much louder. Yeah, I'm gonna set it kind of like this. Hey James, can you hear me okay? It's so loud in here. Test, test. I mean, if you pick it up like this. Hey James. Is it just the amount of people that's in Springfield? Is there any way to turn this up? Hey, hey, Will, turn podium up. The far right. Test, test. Oh, that's better. Can you hear me back there? Can you hear me?
I love how
there and see if you can hear me.
Yeah,
go to the back and see if you can hear
in
me.
February, but it still has not been executed.
We never heard about it until August.
The crossing guard.
Yeah, we never heard about it until August.
So it's already written.
Can you hear me okay? What about now? So that's fine. Okay. But this isn't. This isn't. Can you hear me okay? Hey, James. Hey, James. James, can you hear me okay? Yeah, there. Step back there. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Yeah, it has to be close. Test, 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 test.
All right, thank you, council. We have all council members assembled, and we will resume the open session meeting at 8:36 p.m. Let's go to item 8E, and that is hold a public hearing on the proposed tax rate for fiscal year October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026. Ms. Lamb.
The council at their August 4th meeting passed a proposed tax rate of 0.31545 per 100,000 evaluation. That rate is made up of the no new revenue M&O rate, which is 0.282961 per 100 evaluation, and an INS or debt service rate of 0.032489 per 100 evaluation, for the total of 0.31545 per 100 evaluation. It's on the agenda tonight to hold a public hearing on this tax rate, and this is the tax rate by which the budget was prepared.
And again, to the tax rate, it maintains our current operation and maintenance funding level.
That's correct. The M&O piece was based on the no new revenue M&O piece of the rate, which will give us the same amount of money in this current year, or in the new year, as we have in this current year for
And
M&O.
the reason the rate drops down but generates the same number of dollars, so the tax is the same.
That's correct.
But the tax rate goes down, it's just an algebraic equation.
That's correct.
And that was due to home evaluations and new properties added. Is that correct?
Yes, new property added to the rolls was $141,422,729.
Very good. All right, this time I will open the public hearing at 8:38 p.m. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the proposed tax rate? And who is that? I did not hear you.
Mr. Tower.
Mr. Tower, please.
Good evening, Mayor. I am Joe Tower. I live at 201 Modesta Drive in Haslett, Texas. Good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
City Council, good evening. I had a few minutes. I got here early. I wanted to get a good seat. I had a few minutes to pull up the budget. I'm not sure if I actually was looking at the new budget. I'm not sure it was posted. But what I was looking at was a 301-page PDF that was on the City of Haslett's website. And I really didn't notice any shortages. From what I understand, we actually are doing pretty good. Is the projection to increase our taxes or the tax rate for the city of residents? The first speaker we had tonight mentioned something briefly that actually I can still recall. The property values are going down. And I just assume that everyone's watching what's going on with the economy. We can't all sit here and expect that the economy is going to keep going as it has been. If you're projecting more growth, you're not always going to be projecting correctly. I would really like the mayor or the city council to really consider increasing anything until we're on some better, solid ground. I noticed the sheriff's department here. I hope it's not for me. That was all I really had to say about the budget. Is there an opportunity to speak about something else I heard on the August 4th meeting?
What do you? Yes, please go ahead.
It has come to my attention that there is a proposal a city administrator. Now, I've been in the city of Haslett since 2019, and I remember the first vote that I cast was to get rid of the city administrator. For God's sake, we did that twice. The people stood up and told you we don't want another city administrator. Please reject this. I don't think the mayor has done a bad job. He's doing what I voted him to do. Thank you for your time. Very good.
Ms. Lamb, do we have any other speakers?
Yes, hang on just one second.
While Ms. Lamb is checking, do we have anybody online?
We do not have anybody online that wishes to speak at this time.
You said no? Okay.
Stephanie Grace is here, and she also submitted an email.
This is on the tax rate?
Yes.
Very good.
Stephanie Grace, live at 1406 Poppy Drive, and we do not support raising the tax rate.
Is your microphone on?
It's the other microphone sitting up there. It's not that.
Oh, okay, very good. Please, you got the green light?
There's a green light on this.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We do not support raising the tax rate. We support the budget as you have proposed yesterday, and we just want that to be heard in minutes.
Do we have any other speakers?
We have some written. Carrie and Lindsay Lloyd, please read at tonight's meeting regarding agenda item 8H. My husband and I are admittedly opposed, item 8D. We do not want a tax increase. We're asking the council to please vote for the budget the mayor submitted. I believe that's all I have asked to speak or written on this item. If there's anyone else here this evening that I haven't called on.
Please state your name and address.
Yes, Dora Plummer, 109 Harley Street. My concern is we receive a lot of letters and maybe 15 letters. It's totally abused when everybody we working, right? Mike Bedford and Pamela Smith go to check the houses when nobody is in the house. So the letter said, you have to remove all your trash, RVs, everything you have in your yard. In case you can do it, it's going to be a ticket. I went to talk to them because they put me to one, I don't know, it's a warning in my car because I parking. You see me, I go to park in the park. And we told you too many times you receive emails about all the old neighborhood over there. What is the problem? We parking our cars, not in the sidewalk, but in the middle because we are scared. Because 2 a.m. in the morning, 7 p.m., they speed all the way, all the Hurley Street, 60, 65, motorcycles, cars, trucks, and everything. It's the reason I park in my car like this. Why? Because we are scared somebody crash our car. So, no no es right. Es constantly we receive a lot of letters. You know this, you know do this, you know do this, blah 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 blah. We give you a ticket. You live over here for a long time. My father-in-law showed you how you can be a council or a mayor. He advised you, you know, Lonnie Plummer for a long time ago. You know we live in all downtown. We don't live in residentials. What is the abuse or the pressure for all the neighbors about everything we have in the yard? I talked to Mark Tedford. You know we're working. We talk to you by the phone. We can do faster because we're working. Our taxes is your salary, you salary, you salary, everybody's salary. If we don't work, we don't eat. We don't pay our bills. You have to be tolerant. Give it to us. A letter. If in 2 months you not clean your yard or remove your cars, we are go to supervisor. If you are get a ticket, it's maybe a little bit tolerant. But no es letter every single day, and then no. Let me finish. Every single day we receive a letter, the pressure we have to clean over there. We did. The bill we have over there, no es in the ground, it's in the, we make a drive where we park the whole RV. So my question is, what is the pressure? What is your deal? What is your point? You want the land? You want the houses? What is your project? Because we don't live accountable over there, because if we park in the car right there or we do something, it's a ticket or we need to pay. The another point is, too many times I told you what happened if one car killed me because I told you, put the stops over there, maybe fake plastic or whatever, to fix the problem. Because we can cross the road, because all the cars coming for Sendera, they don't respect the stop. If you know, but you don't do nothing about it. You know, you did nothing about it. Still the people, 2 a.m. in the morning, speed. If you know that too, if you don't do nothing about it. But what you did is to give it to us a ticket that we need to pay. So, what is our right to live over here? What is the point? So, if you go everywhere, and cross the street there is a old RV, it's junky too, if you don't do nothing about it. Has 2 weeks parking over there. Mike therefore no do nothing about it. Pamela Steve no do nothing about it. You know, if you know better, Mike therefore no has a very good reputation. I want to you remove Mike Tedford and Pamela Smith too. If you know better, because I have the recorder, I can put all in Facebook, in all TikTok, and whatever. If you know.
Very good. Let me ask you this. You have my phone number, correct? Ms. Lamb, please take her name and her number if she'll give it to us, but give her my phone number.
Yes.
And if you will call me tomorrow, and then we'll revisit on all of this.
No,
You don't
because
want
we
to?
did by email, if you not do nothing about it. We beat all the neighbors. You receive emails a lot, and you don't do nothing about it. You know what, Romero? I go to call the sheriff. If you know, respect the sidewalk. If what you know, you call the sheriff for give a ticket all the cars and cross the street, you know, respect the stop. You know better because you know me. I know what happened. What I told you, the lady crossed the street, she was pregnant, somebody almost killed her. You don't do nothing about it. The lady over there, Claudette, she is 85 years old, and she is scared to go out because they speed a lot over there in the homeless area. Everybody take a highway over there. So what you have experience because you told me you have 8 relations. I want you, if everybody vote for you, is because they trust you to give it to us. A better life, a better opportunity to live better here in Haslett. You know we are, my parents-in-law, they are founders, you know that. We live here for a long time. So I know how Haslett grow. But Haslett no is the same, you know, the people, some people we are the same because we continue for generations. But you have to be told now, what is next? What is next? What is the point? And I asked Pamela Smith, give me the list, what would you like? Everybody we have to live here in Haslett. The answer was, you have to go like, no, you were over here. You can tell them, you give me that.
Yeah, Ms. Plummer, I need to ask you to say your last few words, but we will contact you tomorrow. And I want to address this. You feel apparently being unfairly treated by code enforcement.
With your experience, you have to do better things. With your experience, because you have a lot of years and you have a lot of relations, you have to show us you experiences, give it to us better in everything, life, and listen to us, fix the problem, because it's the reason you are over there in this chair.
Yes, ma'am.
The problem.
So may I ask you to give Ms. Lamb your name and number, so there's no mistakes on my part. And Ms. Lamb Ms. Plummer is my name and number.
Okay.
And we'll contact you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Lamb, do we have any other speakers? Okay, is there anyone online?
No, sir.
All right. At this time, I close the public hearing at 8:55 p.m. Okay, council, it's to you.
Okay,
This is the tax rate.
I had a question because our last year's tax rate was 0.35 and we're lowering it to 0.31. Are we not decreasing it by 4.4% total? I know we're decreasing 9.9 on one and we're increasing 5.5 on the other, but I thought it was a total decrease of 4.4, but earning the exact same amount.
So I know this is really confusing. He's going to put up, not that one, the one that I sent, James.
Yes.
Yeah. If you'll remember, there's a no new revenue rate, there's a no new revenue M&O rate, and there's the INS rate. And so,
Do you have that presentation you were showing me
yes,
earlier?
he's
Here we are.
putting it up right now. There is a mistake on what was presented in the agenda. The actual difference is 5.57. This is showing the calculation. The proposed tax rate is based on the no new revenue M&O piece of the rate, plus the INS that were needed. And so over in the right-hand column, it shows you based on the evaluation that both counties' appraisal districts came up with, we're raising $6,138,629 with that rate. The no new revenue rate as calculated according to instructions by the Texas Comptroller, the M&O rate, that piece of it is actually would be lower than what we're proposing. So then the INS rate is the same. So that total is 5,814,641. So the difference is 323,988. That's actually a 5.57% increase. This is statutory language that they require. So it's not based off last year's actual rate. It's based on the no new revenue rate because they calculate that as the rate that would not cause us to have an increase. So the rate that's being proposed does not have an increase in the amount of money that will be raised for M&O. It does have a different debt piece than last year. So that's why we're saying that there's not an increase in M&O because we're using the no new revenue M&O rate as our base.
And the rate that we can go up to as a city before the election is 0.799.
You can go up to 0.8.
0.8, so not,
Yes.
so.
Yes.
So every, I mean, I've only been on council, I think, 6 years, so every year, we've gone to 0.8, correct? Every single year. Of my 6-year experience,
Well,
yes.
that's my 6 years' experience as well.
So this is the first year we will not be going up to the 0.8, but we could choose to go lower, but not.
Not at this point in time.
No, we can't today, we can, to go
They
lower.
can go lower, you can't
Yeah.
increase
Can't go
it.
higher.
Yes.
So I would like to make a couple of comments on this, is the guidance starts with the Texas Comptroller. And the Comptroller determines the equations and how they're used, and they pass those down to all the appraisal districts throughout the state of Texas. The appraisal districts do their appraisals and then use the formulas that the Comptroller provides to calculate these numbers. What the city has focused on, and we have, is what is called the maintenance and operation, M&O, dollars. That's called the tax. The dollars is the tax. So when I say the tax is not increased, that means those dollars, that revenue is not. The tax rate, that goes up and down depending on valuations and how the comptroller sets their equations up, et cetera, et cetera. So the purpose of this, or the goal of this year's budget was, as we have in the past, but have needed to increase year over year 7.99%, just under 8, is because we were in a growth mode, we had to provide infrastructure, water and sewer lines right away. And that increase was needed to make those projects. Anyway, this year, we noticed we can meet our obligations easily and provide for ongoing capital projects and add some new projects and spend down this $10 million reserve fund. A reserve fund for any municipality is like it's a place for savings for capital projects coming in the near future. And I say near, I'm talking about the 2 years, the 4 years, or 6-year timeframes. And that is where the top rate, the proposed tax rate that you see on the screen here, the no new revenue, maintenance, and operation, we're looking at the dollars. And on that far right-hand side is the $5,506,396. Then we add our debt piece. That is our debt payment that we have to have. We add that on top of it, and that's where the $6,138,629 comes from. This is sometimes it's confusing. I don't know that the comptroller understands what they're doing and why they're doing it. They do not speak our language, which is, please make sense of this. And nonetheless, I don't know if I helped or hindered the situation here, but anything you want to close with, Ms. Lamb?
I just want to point out that the amount from the new construction is $446,118. And as we've talked in budget workshop, and as you're familiar over the years, when they're doing the valuation for the city as a whole, those property values, even though some may have been individually lower, some of them are higher. Overall, they're higher. Whenever our valuations increase, that has an inverse relationship to the rates. The rates go down. So our rate could go down from last year, which it has, but we're actually able to keep the same amount of dollars for M&O, and then the debt piece and the new construction is adding in. So what we're presenting tonight has no new dollars for M&O compared to last year. It's not the same rate. You can't look at the rates and really tell that, because between last year and this year, there have been protests, there have been refunds, there have been all kinds of things that when it was certified last year in July and then made it to the actual time in September when they put the bills out, a lot of things changed. So to pinpoint exactly, it's very confusing according to the comptroller. You don't compare it to your last year's rate, which is 35 cents. You compare it to the no new revenue rate,
which is 0.28,
which is the
yes, the
yes,
0.28 plus our INS, which is the 3.032.
Yeah. So that no new revenue M&O rate of the 28 cents is what they say gets you no new dollars based on your valuation.
No new revenue. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, two other questions. That did help. Thank you, both of you. So two other questions is the 5.57% increase is netting us $323,000?
Correct.
That's it? Okay. And then what does that cost on usually you give us what it would cost a citizen on a $500,000 home? And if we chose not to do the 5.57 increase, we would lose that $323, I teach English, so the numbers are, okay, $323,000, and what would the proposed tax rate need to be?
The proposed tax rate at the 31,545 has a tax impact on a $500,000 home of $1,577.25. At the lower rate, it would be $1,494.01.
So what's that difference?
18. I'm not going to say a wrong number in this crowd. $83.24.
That's a year.
Yes.
Ms. Lamb, just to clarify, the tax rate that we're proposing right now will be a tax increase per resident of $83 per household per year, right?
That's per hundred, that's on a $500,000 house.
Correct, 500,000.
Yes.
So $1 million house would be $166 increased on their taxes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, appreciate that.
Marcy, so on this proposed tax rate, that's based on all the capital projects that were discussed during the budget workshop, correct?
The proposed budget has not changed on the capital projects from the workshop. Mayor would ask you to make individual motions to make those changes.
No, he was asking, this tax rate funds all of that. Yes, to answer your question.
Yes.
Okay. So if anything were to come out of the capital projects, there's possibility the tax rate could be lowered. I know it can't go up from this, but it could be lowered.
That's correct.
Hypothetical. Thank you.
Is there any plan to, after the capital projects are finished, bring that back?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, sir.
After your capital projects are gone off this board, are you going to bring the taxes back out?
We have to see what the budget entails.
All right, then, council, this is your discussion, consideration, and action. Do you have any other items here, or is someone ready to make a motion?
So if we were to not raise taxes at all, what would the rate be? It'd be from 0.315450 to what?
It would be the .29, the bottom row. the
0.2988.
And that would decrease our revenue by $323,988. And that's correct, Ms. Lamb?
That's correct. And I believe we're still on the public hearing item, are we not? Yeah,
I thought we closed the public hearing.
we did.
Yeah. And that comment is why? What
Well,
about the public
there's
hearing?
another item to act on the tax rate.
Say it again?
There is another item to act on the tax rate later in the agenda, so I don't know if there's action required here.
This is just adopting the proposed tax rate, and then the second item will be for the actual tax rate. Yeah.
Do I need to come over there and visit? I'm confused of what you are saying. There's another item?
This is the public hearing on the tax rate item. There's an item 8G to ratify the property tax rate.
Yes.
So I didn't know what action would be considered as a result of the public hearing. That was
So we've had the public hearing.
Yes.
That is
And
the
we're
council's
discussing-
input to take the public hearing comments in consideration
Yes.
with regard to the motion that they make. So we're done with that.
I got one more comment to make regarding the tax rate. First of all, I do want to thank all you that came out. It's important for the citizens to come out and speak. Let us hear your concerns. I do find it interesting that we have a lower tax rate increase proposed this time from the last 3 years I've been on the council, and we didn't have anybody come out and speak against those higher tax rates. I just trying to put the dots together here on, you're not concerned about higher tax rates, but a smaller tax rate you're concerned with. So thank y'all for coming out and voicing your opinions. I do appreciate that.
I will, you'll need to come up to the podium, state your name and address. And we're not getting in a discussion here between commenters and the council. But please go ahead and make your comment.
Gerald Sheeran, 243 Broadmoor. I guess my only comment is I work very hard for my money, and I got water sewer tax increase is how I'm looking at it for $100 tonight. There was no public discussion. Couldn't make a public discussion on the plat discussion, but on the landscaping and the church, there was a public discussion. My point being is I work very hard for what I make, and I have no voice. You're going to raise taxes for $400,000? You made that up on the water sewer district increase. $90, $100 per house is what I'm calculating. Why is my dollar just going to pay for taxes? What justification are you using? What do you need the money for? That's my comment.
Thank you. All right, council, it is yours. If someone's ready to make a motion, we'll entertain that. Is there any more discussion?
I guess that was the question. What motion are we making on this item?
We are, well, actually, it is purely a public hearing. That's all there is. There is actually no action to be taken. Maybe that was your original question. Yeah. This was very specifically a public hearing, and we could have dispensed with number 3 on that, not even having it on this agenda. Very good. Okay, we have closed the public hearing. We'll move on to item F, 8F. Discuss, consider, and act regarding an ordinance adopting the budget for fiscal year October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by amount of $323,988, which is a 4.75% increase from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $446,118. Ms. Lamb?
Mayor, first of all, I'd like to correct the percentage on that item. As I mentioned before, it showed something that showed a correction. It's actually 5.57%.
How much is it?
5.57%.
So please note that as 5.57.
Yes. The mayor made a presentation of a proposed budget. It was filed on July 18th. It's up for adoption this evening. Some of the items that have changed from the time it has posted, there was additional funds put in for the sheriff's contract. There have been additional funds put in for crossing guards based on an estimate. There have been additional funds added for the rate increase that you approved earlier for water and sewer. And there's one other item. There was an error on the executive assistant. We added back in $80,000 that was misplaced in the admin budget. And I believe that's all the changes reflected in the budget that's presented this evening that's attached to your ordinance.
Very good. All right. And as noted, those were changes made to the mayor's proposed budget to account for the sewer rate, anticipated sewer rate approval, the missing of one salary for a position, the
And crossing guards.
The crossing guard, adding that in as a supplement to the very latest upgraded estimate from the crossing guard company. And the last item, was there?
The police contract.
The police contract, it was noted in the budget workshop that the budget workshop number was 4%, or actually 2%, and we took it to 4%.
Yes.
All right, so that's the summary of the changes that you see in the mayor's budget. All right, then.
And
So
Mayor, I do have speakers on this item.
we have speakers on this item.
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Good, now would be a good time to hear those speakers. Do we have anybody online as well?
No, sir.
There's none online. All right.
Okay. Dupree.
What's the name?
Dupree.
Or
That want to
Mrs.
speak?
Dupree?
Okay. I believe they're in opposition. They did not wish to speak. I'm sorry. Shane Dupree. Joette King.
Ms. King, if you would state your name and your address, please.
Joette King, 1410 Poppy Drive, Hazlet, Texas. I went to the special council meeting where you reviewed the budget with the opportunity for the public to comment. During that meeting, which I attended online, and actually I listened to it again today because there was a lot discussed. There were a few items that raised some concern when I heard your discussion portion. I've tried to evaluate the posted budget summary agenda and reconcile that with some of the discussions that took place about amendments to the budget, which may be made by motions, I believe, tonight. That's correct, that they can make motions to amend the budget.
Yes.
Okay. I believe I heard correctly that already factored into the budget for the coming fiscal year, I believe Councilmember Morrow confirmed this. There is an across-the-board 6% increase for all city employees. And that already is considered and has been funded by the council with the rates that you had been discussing. Now, I understand that rate can't go up, but you could have that go down. I also believe that there had been a previous pay increase in kind of the recent past. I agree in fair and equitable compensation for city employees, and that this may bring them in line with other competing cities, and I think that's great. So I think that 6% raise across the board is wonderful, even if they've more recently had a raise as well. I also listened very carefully to the benefits discussions and the cost for modification to the benefits offered. I understand that employees, hopefully I'm not wrong, get their benefits compensated at 100%, that they do not contribute. However, you're considering adding options for spouse, children, or spouse and family. If I understood this correctly, this will add $1.5 million per year to this administrative cost. I'm not sure exactly where that figure came from, but I did hear Councilmember Morrow confirm that the $1.5 million is separate from the already factored 6% increase. I heard approximate cost to the city if all employees add these would be $666,000 for spouse alone, and that's an approximate because I didn't get all the figures. $666,000 if they opted for children alone, or $1.332 million for spouse and family, and that was with the PPO option, which was actually not the most expensive. What concerned me about this getting amended, when you have your motion opportunity tonight, is that to fund this year, the difference to cover the cost I understood correctly, would come from the reserve fund. This fund, if I understand correctly, is also, we just mentioned, used for capital projects or emergency needs that may come up. So it's kind of important, I think, to maintain a reserve fund. So the bottom line, I assume, is that to be able to avoid depleting the reserve fund going forward, it's necessary to make up the money required for this fund. Ad valorem will eventually become stagnant, but these costs will continue to rise. I believe I understood that this will result in a 24.02% increase to sustain this expenditure. Per Ms. Lamb, 8% yields 500,000 K. I believe I heard that figure. This seems like a huge tax burden passed to citizens who likely pay for their own benefits, just as I do. I encourage council to think very carefully about adding such a costly benefit. Perhaps a more shared expense by employees would lessen that burden. It should be more closely evaluated and proposed thoughtfully next budget year when the entire budget and taxation is calculated, not rushed into tonight with an amendment. I also understand there was a desire by this council to remove funding for a farmer's market, pavilion, and teaching garden, which we had hoped to get a grant, which we did not obviously receive. Instead, it appeared during the discussion that monies and perhaps land will go forward towards sports complexes based on the discussions I heard last week. While this is also a great idea for our youth, there are other citizens who could benefit from a new community gathering area, such as a new community center or a community teaching garden kitchen that can meet several needs of the community. I encourage council to consider the well-being of all citizens when allocating funding. And I'm not saying that the kids shouldn't get great ballparks. I just think you need to think about what you're eliminating and what you're adding and do it kind of judiciously. And I hesitate to even bring this up, but I am so frustrated with social media. And we haven't even addressed in any of this the elephant in the room, which is Blue Mound Road. And I'm not talking about speed bumps on Blue Mound Road. There are pressing needs for this city. And there are some nice to have things. And then there are things that really have to get done. And those really need to be evaluated when you're looking at what you're putting in your budgets. I'm just sick of the whining about people who I never see attending this meeting. So they should come here and make their thoughts and known. Their thoughts known. That's what I do. And I hope you listen. So thank you so much. You'll see me again in a minute.
Thank you, Ms. King. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Patricia Parker. Patricia Parker. I can't hear you. Oh, yes, I have your letter. Did you want me to just read your letter? Okay. Patricia Parker, 219 Broadmoor Drive, Hazlet. Please read this letter at the August 18th council meeting. Council members, I ask that you not add $1.5 million to our budget, which will increase our taxes. What I do ask is that you accept the mayor's budget that will decrease our tax rate while continuing a growth for our city with road improvements, parking improvements for Nance Field and the fire station field, wage increases for the employees of our city, and the hiring of more employees. This budget to me would be a win for all the residents of Hazlet. Sincerely, Patricia Parker. I also have persons not wishing to speak but to record their opposition. Carl and Trinity Munoz at 109 Brentwood Lane. Patrick Aaron Kennedy
Opposition to what?
to the budget.
Opposition to the proposed budget?
Yes, I mean, to this item, to this item. Patrick Aaron Kennedy. And then also have from Mr. Joel Bullard, let it be known and recorded that I oppose the proposed budget and subsequent tax rate increase being considered by the city council.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Let it be known and recorded that I oppose the proposed budget and subsequent tax rate increase being considered by the city council. I recommend the council adopt the proposed budget the mayor has submitted, which will decrease the tax rate. Let it also be known, okay, that's all on this item. This is Mr. Joel Bullard at 108 Hurley Street. I believe that's all on this item.
All right. Are there any speakers or requests online? I'll check again.
No, sir, not at this time.
All right then. Okay, and there was no public hearing associated with this item. So we have our, I don't know if there's been actually a presentation, but I have presented all the graphics before in the workshop, and that stuff is online. But nonetheless, the proposed budget does give us 6%. It's a 6% is a generous increase in pay raises, and that is across the board. All those pay raises are subject to director and supervisor performance reports per employee. But the money is there across the board. The farmers market and community teaching garden, why is it named that? Well, the grant, congressional grant, that was, okay, the type of naming and, and use that they are looking for. And it happened to be successful because it got recommended by the Congressional Committee to fund 100% of it until the Congressional Reconciliation Bill came down and canceled nationwide all community development block grants. And that's what that was in that category. But yet, I've spent probably over a year and a half visiting very purposely with every subdivision and introducing this type of project, and it addresses many needs in this city. It has the teaching facility. Well, what is that? That's another building about 3 times the size of this. It's almost 3,000 square feet and provide another room and resource for the community to hold their meetings, exercising, any facility, any community function they try to hold in here now. This is the one room we have in the entire city of Haslett. It's time for another one. It would be a lot grander if we had a whole lot more money, but this is a modest increase in facilities for the residents. Likewise, that pavilion is called a farmer's market pavilion. Okay, but it is a pavilion for general purpose use for the community. With regard to this farmer's market, it is something, we have many different cultures in the city of Haslett now. We have grown and we have attracted the world. Why is that? We just happen to be in a world-renowned logistical hub area. When we grow up with it, it's hard to recognize it, but that's where we are. And it has attracted many people from many other cities, many other states, and many other parts of the world. But one thing in common that every culture has. One is this thing called an open air market, a farmer's market, but also food. And the more I have made much effort to meet with each of these cultural groups and some of their celebrations, and you would be very surprised. We all have more in common than we have difference, but we are a family-centric community. And my budget, that's just one item to bring to the people that they can utilize, at farmers market. We have many, these small businesses that we have. They are called cottage industries in state law. In that vernacular, it's where someone starts out in their home and builds home. But that kind of a setting lets them come out and introduce themselves. It is an incubator for small business. That's another aspect of it. But aside from, it's not a basketball court, but it is for community use and community events. Both the teaching facility, which is a large, approximately almost 3,000 square foot meeting room, as well as the pavilion. But there is an associated a program that the Texas A&M AgriLife, our extension agents, are ready to bring at no cost. And it is a facility that they would be more than eager to work out of, nonetheless. But that was just one other item. I had maybe, about 8 items on there particularly. Can you remind me what I had else on there? I don't have that list in front of me. Well, it's just in my intro letter, it's a budget submission letter.
I have it right here.
Yeah.
It says, well, I wanted to mention an important note to make this budget proposal is this budget has no property tax increase. So that's still correct. Is that incorrect? I'm still a little, I know, I'm sorry.
There's no property increase for M&O.
But there is
an increase.
So this is kind of the no property tax increase.
There's an increase over the no new revenue rate.
Okay. So
that's the rate.
So that's the first line on here. So it has continuation, additional major water and sewer projects, new road improvements, adding 5 new staff member positions, providing meaningful employee merit raises, fire station field parking and field improvements, enhanced field parking area paving. You already mentioned the teaching garden and construction of new public works facilities.
Yes, such as the fire field, our ball fields. Yes, we've made significant progress over the last 2 years on improving. Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of transformed if you've gone out there and look at it compared to 3 years ago. But this year's budget allowed us to add another $1 million just to those fire fields to improve them. And that could be for field reuse, what designated use that $1 million is, very specifically to the fire station fields. It's not been identified, but there are, needs out there. When you start talking about ball fields, $1 million doesn't go a whole long way. We have probably spent close to $3 million thus far in over the last 2.5 years. But nonetheless, it's warranted, and we're able to do that as a community. Paving the Mansfield, that was a common, request, and we're driving in mud every time we go over there when it rains. Well, yes, we have a partnering with Tarrant County. We can do that, is pave that parking lot. So there's a number of items there. But anyway, these items weren't grabbed out of thin air. They were a result of many calls on similar topics, and also as a result of meeting with each subdivision annually. So I'll stop at that.
Okay, so do we need to make the motions individually for like the sheriff department contract, all those changes you mentioned earlier?
No, that you don't on those that we have mentioned that we've already updated.
They weren't at the budget workshop.
No, they weren't.
So I thought-
But they are legal changes to this budget, and it's being presented to you tonight. Those changes is the budget with those changes is what's presented tonight.
So just to clarify, the sheriff department contract
Does not need a vote.
went up from, 1.1 million to 1.16. And then the school crossing guards, the 78,000, so that doesn't need.
Does not need a vote.
A vote, okay. And then,
May I ask where the crossing guards are in the budget?
Say it again?
May I ask where that crossing guard number is in the budget? Is it under administration?
They're the pages that you have on your desk this evening in the administration budget. They're under miscellaneous admin expenses / travel.
Is this package you got?
They're highlighted in yellow. It's $78,273 added for the crossing guards.
That accounts for 5 crossing guards, and that was the most recent change in the last several days.
and then the sewer, does the sewer rate updating to be made a motion?
No, you've already adopted that, and that was incorporated in this budget.
Okay, and then the executive assistant, you said the 80,000 was put back in the correct spot, I guess?
Yes.
That doesn't need a motion either?
No.
But then the other items that we talked about as council and with mayor at workshop, we do need to make.
Yes.
Okay.
And this does have to be a record vote, meaning that we'll have to identify by name your vote. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think there's, I guess, a misconception when we did our budget workshop and we had talked about the 1.5 million, $1 to $1.5 million. We looked at the different departments around the city, and our fire department was one of the lowest paid around. We wanted to bump them up, and other departments in our city. We wanted to bump them up to be the average, and so that's part of that, and that was much needed. And we, in discussion in our budget workshop, some of our departments were saying that it's hard for them to get some employees because of insurance. And if we can get more good employees to help work, with better pay and better health insurance, I think this was, yes, it's $1.5 million, but that is also helping our pay of our workers get up with other cities around DFW. Right now, we're in the lower end, and it's, harder to find work when you don't pay health insurance for your spouse and your family, and then also with better pay. So,
well, I appreciate that. I wish we could using the fire department as an example. We're a very young fire department. We're a little over 1 year old, and if you recall, up to it was 3 years ago, actually, we started this program, is to take a volunteer fire department and let's go to a full-time fire department. And there was a plan set for it. And we, instead of 3 years, we accomplished that in 2 years. And that was, you mentioned we went up tax rates. That was part of that, is to help accomplish that. We brought on, in 2 years' time, 9 full-time firefighters so that we would have a full-time firefighter. What was the advantage of it? Well, getting a mutual aid agreement with the city of Fort Worth. The advantage is there, we probably saved ourselves immediately over $30 million of having to build a planned another fire department on the west side of the railroad tracks for Laterra. So there was huge savings right there. But with regard to bringing up their blanket, notice, okay, well, let's bring all the firemen up to a average Metroplex pay. Well, that's increasing some of those folks. It's interesting. That's discussion. They work here for a reason. They're not starving. We don't we do for a small town. When you look at a small town, Texas, 4,500 population, we got 14 in our fire department. We pay a good wage. Now, we are in competition. Yeah, well, are we in competition with the city of Fort Worth? Well, that's out there. How about Frisco? That DFW analysis includes someone like Frisco who might pay 3 times what we pay. They certainly pay more in Fort Worth, but there needs to be that bumping all departments up to a mid-level range. We have been taking for 4 years. We've been taking incremental steps, growing and increasing pay. We have gone from 28 employees to over how many? We got over 50 right now. How many will you have?
I think this week we've hit 50.
We had 50. Okay, we got 50 employees now. So that is a growth of 22 employees, and almost doubling in 3 years' time. So but yet we can still manage to do that and give a good 6% increase. I appreciate here everybody wanting to get all our employees up to that mid-level position throughout the Metroplex, and we have in some departments, I recall 2 budgets ago, Public Works folks, we raised them all 25%, recognizing that. And when analysis, and I'm looking at, oh my gosh, our minimum wage is $14.25 an hour. I said, that's pitiful. So we immediately raised that to a minimum of $20 an hour, but also at the same time, that entry-level employee, we escalated everybody up a proportional 25%, because at that time, if we just did going from 14.25, and believe me, we hired people at 14.25, but taking that 14.25 to 20, then we had people that's entry level making what someone here that'd been here 3 or 4 years was making. So we did escalate all of that up, and that was in the Public Works Department. So we haven't been ignorant of it or ignoring any of it, but being financially, I don't want to use the word frugal, but patient. We're growing. We are a growing city. We have, population has grown, our service demands have grown. Lord knows, traffic has grown, and that's not even us. That's people passing through to go to work and go home in the evening and in the mornings. But yet, someone expects you to pay for it, all those new roads, which is what Blue Mountain Road itself, $55 million. Well, you'll see September 15th in this presentation, all those, here are things that we can do that's not $55 million, and we're partnering with other entities such as Tarrant County and possibly Fort Worth to do these things, but also some of these developments coming in. All of this is being long-winded, is that we're taking incremental steps. A growing community, yes, your taxes are going to go up. It's just a fact of life. It's like, well, it is. When you get bigger, it's more expensive.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I know you said that, for example, the firefighters make a good wage. What is the starting salary for a firefighter in Hazlet?
Right now, and I had that number, that's for a firefighter, which is entry-level position. I think it's probably in the neighborhood of $55,000 a year.
And do you know what the average starting salary is in other towns our size? And
I have a whole list of probably about 30 cities.
Do you have any
In
numbers
my
that you
office, I don't remember off of them off the top of my head.
Because I think when we were at our budget workshop, we heard that it was around 75,000, which would be a $20,000 difference from what we're paying.
I don't know, but there are plenty of cities that pay less than $75,000.
There are also
And I'm not
cities-
trying to minimize those, but does that, okay, look
Sir,
at this aspect.
can I finish real quick? I apologize. I wasn't quite done. I also know that there are cities that are paying 90 and 100,000 for new firefighters. And some of those do have paramedic licenses, of course. But 55 puts us at like just about the very bottom of the ones that I'm aware of. So, thank you.
All right, good, is that, that has proven, we are growing, we're like a new company. And all of a sudden, well, I'm gonna pay all my employees something that, 3M pays them. No, you're going to grow. And, is that when we advertised for a firefighter, one position, this last time, we got 40 applicants that wanted to come here and work. There's a reason why they want to come here and work.
Did you say 4, sir?
40.
40.
40 applicants. So we get, that's entry level. That was for an entry level position. And yes, they knew right up, they knew, oh, here's the salary. But there is a reputation that Haslett Fire Department has that's been built over time, many, many, many years. And we're very fortunate. There are people, why do the people here not get up and leave? There's a reason for that. Now, it is not, there's no dire straits right now. What I'm saying is, please be patient. A $1.5 million increase to pay for spousal health care, and believe me, I think there's probably very few cities that do that. Certainly no one in industry does that. The school might, I have no idea. Okay, well, fine. That's unique. That's very unique. Unless you've worked in industry, you will not see that. But that leaves, that's $666,000 by itself.
And that was if every employee chose to take, if we offered, I know Ms. Lamb came up with those numbers
Yes, ma'am,
very
you're
quickly,
correct.
so that I appreciate that, Ms. Lamb. But that was, just wanted to clarify that you've mentioned that we're at the midpoint. I don't know if average is what we want to be known for, and I also know that the cost of things are going up, so pay sometimes doesn't go up, or taxes get raised, or water, sewer bills get raised, and so I know people are working, they're working hard for their money. That $666,000 was, if I believe, if all 50 employees were to get the employee only and an employee spouse, or with an employee family?
That's spouse.
So I know we have a lot more work to do with the benefits program. We want to maybe see if we offer spouse or family. We don't offer both, or we see if maybe we split the cost at 50% if they choose maybe not employee only. That $500,000 was just a placeholder, and that's what I thought from the budget workshop, that would give us a good idea in order to see what we could do to offer our employees an added incentive to come to Haslett.
Well, our employees are already here in Haslett.
We have a lot of turnover.
But
So-
no, we don't.
Yes, we do.
I
We're on our 5th city secretary, our 3rd IT, our 3rd lawyer.
Well, we
do have a lot of
chose-
turnover.
That's not because of benefits.
Okay.
Okay, he does not get benefits. He's contract. All our attorneys for
I was just saying,
20-some-odd years have
we do
been
have some turnover,
contract.
though.
But city secretaries, how many city secretaries are in the Metroplex? Well, how many cities are in the Metroplex? That's how many city secretaries are. It's not a profession that's like plumbers or doctors or lawyers. Oh my God. There's just a handful of, we talk about that regularly. They're just not available. We have received a good applicant and under assessment right now, and we're encouraged.
Oh, for city secretary?
Yeah.
That's good.
So that has nothing to do with benefits.
It could be if they maybe see that we offer something different, they want to come work for us.
It's not. I'm telling you, it's not.
Okay.
On the hiring end, and Ms. Lamb will attest to this, that's not an issue.
We asked at budget workshop, we asked the department heads what could bring them in and help retain, and that was one of the things that was mentioned, was possibly offering better benefits. So
That might have been a comment from out of Public Works, because they had one employee that I've been told, or a candidate says, well, you know what, I need somebody that will pay for my
So it might,
but I've never had a
Okay.
reply like that from anybody else.
okay, so that's 666,000 is like the very, very highest end of every employee taking the benefit and us
And
offering
we
100%.
have to budget for that. We don't know who or won't. If we make it available to one, it's available to everybody.
Right.
But anyway, I'm just saying is that yes, you know what, I'm an employee. What could you do to get, keep me here? And yeah, more money. There's nothing that a wheelbarrow full of money won't solve. That's not true. There's a lot more that goes into where you choose to work than money. I'm just saying, be patient. What you're about to do is, if you still are convinced to do something like that, is very, very costly and can turn the tide on the city's finances for years. If you can make it brief, please. Back at the podium, please.
Can I just state my name again? Joette.
Yes.
1410 Poppy Drive, Haslett. I don't know of any of you, I know I did not have my benefits for myself paid at 100%. I think that's a very generous thing that's done for our city employees. I do not know of anyone who has their spouse or their children or their family paid completely by any company. I don't think the school pays your benefits 100%. You have to contribute to those. Is that correct? I know you can't answer me. But
my husband's is paid 100%, but mine is not. But we're not looking to pay 100% of the benefits for every employee. I think there's a misinformation there. It's just adding a benefit package that they could opt in where we contribute to that.
But don't you pay 100% of the employee benefit?
Employee only now.
Employee only. And I'm saying that's pretty rare. So that's already very generous. And you heard people concerned about the tax rate this year. What do you think you're going to hear next year when they have to pay a 24% increase in their taxes?
All right, Council, I think I've presented the budget that I presented, is that we're able to do it, and under with this no new revenue M&O scenario, and provide raises, new facilities, continue with our infrastructure build-out. It's a good direction. And so it's to you.
I have another question about the miscellaneous admin expenses, travel. It went from 6,000 to 84,000. Or is that what was changed or corrected?
It includes the crossing guards.
Oh, okay, this is the front page, and then the back is where it's line itemed out.
Yes.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion to approve a $300,000 park master plan study.
So a motion has been made to include a $300,000 master plan, park master plan study. Is there a second?
Mayor Halsey, I'll second.
There is a second. So let me make mention is that right now there is a firm through our city engineers to a firm that does do park planning. They're doing a conceptual plan right now, and that's only $30,000. I would wait to see what their feedback is.
You're the one that suggested a $300,000 budget at the workshop, sir.
Well, it's not,
because I looked back at my years on the Parks Board, and they were about 30 to 50, and you are the one that said 300,000 was a good amount. If I'm
if
not,
you're
please
going in
correct me.
that direction. Now, I know the Park Board intends to put out
They're doing a survey.
a survey, but which directs a study, and I don't particularly see the need.
I'm just taking the number of what you recommended.
Oh, I
sir.
didn't recommend it proactively.
You said 300,000 would be a good number, but if we only
If
do
you're going to use
50,000.
something like that, yes.
But if we only do
I did
50,000.
say that number.
I mean, it could only be 50,000, but we could budget 300. I mean,
Do you have a number you want to use?
Motion. Are we discussing?
I'm not just asked.
And a second.
So it's motion and seconded it.
So now we're
And
just
so I would ask, okay, well, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Mayor Halsey, as part of the final discussion, please, council, keep in mind that this is only a budget, and if we don't use that budget, it'll just get absorbed back into the account. And I don't see us going to the whole full extent of the 300,000 for this. This truly was just a number that you suggested in the budget meeting, so we decided to put it in. So with that being said, just keep that in mind. The whole amount's not going to get used.
Will it go back into the general fund? Or where
Yes,
does it go
it'll
back
be
to?
taken out of the general fund, but,
No, so where will it go back to if we don't use the entire amount?
well, it stays in the general fund.
Stays in there, okay.
But this will come out of the reserve. We have to provide funding for it now to come out of the reserve. And yes, for all that, I did say 300,000 when I saw, okay, well, we want to do this park master plan. Well, if you're going to do a park master plan, then with all the study and everything and the work that goes into it, it's not $30,000. It's not 50. For 300,000 for that's a good number. That's why I made that, if that's what you're desiring to do. But nonetheless, so a motion and seconded is on the table here. I call for the vote. All in favor?
Mayor, I got one point.
Excuse me, I call for the vote. I call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. 5 is unanimous. Okay, very good. And you wanted to make a point.
Yes, Mayor, I've got a question for Mr. Page. Just wanted to make it before we took that vote. So as we go through this budget item, we'll continue down if other council people want to add or subtract something from capital projects or anything on a budget. We make a motion and second it and approve it as each item comes up.
That's not a Mr. Page question.
That is a
No,
lawyer
it isn't.
question.
That's not a Mr. Page question.
What is he is our city attorney, correct?
He's our city attorney.
Okay, that's a legal
But
question.
with regard to this agenda, if you want to make a change then make a motion for that change.
Well, and my point would be just that at the very end, we'll just need to adopt the budget with all the amendments that were previously approved and voted on by the council, and that will have to be the
Now,
record
we do
vote.
need to do a record vote for a budget change here, correct?
For the final vote.
For the final vote.
Because we're just voting to amend the presented
Sure.
budget.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're going through, here's the amendments that you want to make, that you're proposing, you'll vote on each amendment.
Okay.
And then at the end, we'll do a record vote for that total amended budget.
That's what I wanted clarification on. Thank you, Jeremy. Mr. Page.
All right, right then.
Mr. Mayor, also, coming out of our budget workshop that we had, we were having a discussion about the playground equipment, and the ground cover for that is in disrepair. We talked about either doing turf or the spongy ground underneath all the play equipment at the main park, the community park. I think we had earmarked 500,000, so I would like to make a motion to earmark 500,000 to go towards replacing the ground cover at the community park underneath the playground equipment.
Are you, so you're making a motion to a $500,000
Up to.
Well, there's no up to. It's 500,000.
What was the bid on that?
There is.
How much does it actually cost the material?
This.
That's ridiculous.
All right. So you'll identify your item and the budget amount. Okay, so it's for playground, what replacement? What's the term?
The ground cover replacement.
Ground cover replacement.
Fall zone.
The play surfacing and playground equipment.
Okay, that's a neat term to use.
Fall zone
Fall
is
zone.
the technical term.
So your motion is to, is $500,000 for fall zone.
Yes.
Okay, motion is made to provide an item for $500,000 for fall zone in the community park. All right, 500,000 is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay, fall zone.
Let's break this down on math, okay? $500,000, are you like rebuilding the whole entire park?
I'm sorry, this isn't a public discussion, is it?
The public hearing has concluded.
We understand your concern. I understand your concern.
Mr. Mayor,
How much is the property worth?
Mr. Mayor, I believe in that 500,000 we talked about past two meetings was for new playground equipment at the community park and new play servicing. Just that clarifying what everybody's talking about.
I don't recall what you discussed.
We talked about in the budget meeting, in last week's meeting, about $500,000 is for new playground equipment and new play servicing. And I'm just clarifying what everybody's talking about there. That's not just for the playground servicing, it's for the new playground equipment also.
Okay. Okay, all right.
We have some
$500,000 in there, motion to make an amendment to your own.
In
All
the,
right.
in the discussion, can we have some clarification from Public Works?
Public Works, your point of clarification is what?
Because I'd
No,
like,
sir, your point of clarification.
I don't know, I can't hear you over everybody talking right now, so.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, let the council finish their discussion. They have a question, please.
When we first were looking at this budget item, we had gotten some information from Public Works about the condition of the playground equipment, the condition of the fall zone, all of that. And so I wondered if we might could get a refresher, if he maybe has those numbers or idea about that. Do you remember anything, sir?
I remember the conversation, the budget talks, and there was a request for adding like pour in place or some sort of more permanent fall zone, as well as a upgrade to those playground structures, which I believe the upgrades are in the park board budget for that community park playground. That's my recollection of it.
I've gotten a quote on new playground servicing, and it was close to $100,000 for the playground servicing at the community park. And when I price out playground equipment for the parks that I design for my profession, they're $75,000 to $200,000 for a new playground. It kind of all depends on what you want and kind of what you pick out. So the playground equipment is the most expensive part. I mean, the servicing is expensive too, but we wouldn't use all $500,000, I don't believe.
All right, so the motion's been made and voted on unanimously.
It was on, but we didn't vote on it.
Oh, did we not?
Okay.
We did.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we did. So it's, you made the motion for 500,000 for playground surfaces fall zone. Okay, that passed 5-0. Any other amendments you want to make, council?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that on the capital improvement projects, on the street improvements, I'd like to make a motion that we remove number 5, the Maxwell Circle reconstruction of the road for $385,000. That road is not in the city of Hazlet. It's a county road, and our ETJ, I don't think we should be maintaining.
We are not. That is part of the, the sewer line project. That is in there to, the county, stated that we could do that project. It goes through the county. That's county,
So the county's going to fund it, and we're not going to fund it.
But the condition was the construction equipment used to build the city's sewer line damaged that road. And the county said, part of your project will have to be to build that road. That's why that's there. That's not a capital project. It's listed, might be on a capital item, but it is part of that project. Mr. Tucker, you want to expound on that?
Council, yeah, just as the mayor had said, during the early part of that sewer line installation, the county, as a part of getting that easement right away through there, they required that we put monies in there to reconstruct that based on the assumption, given how close we are to the roadway and the edging with that size equipment and the age of that road, that we would have to do some sort of reconstruction of it, and it'd be somewhat of a shared cost. But that cost that's in there was the worst case scenario. So once that is completely finished, there will be a reconstruction that we are required on the front end that we knew about to replace.
That is part of the sewer line project cost.
Okay, but I just rode on that road, and that road's in better shape than Berry Street, the road in Brentwood, and Odessa Drive, and we're spending money on that road, and yet you're wanting to kick the can down the road on our streets that are in the city of Hazlet. This is what I'm having a hard time struggling with.
That, again, the Maxwell Drive Road, that circle, it is part of the approximately $2 million project to install the sewer line that starts on the back in Maxwell and goes all the way around Maxwell and then through the city's property up to the fire station.
Okay, is the construction of the sewer line complete through Maxwell Circle Court?
There's some remaining punch list items. There's some driveways that have to be reconstructed. There's also some settling. So any of those kind of things are still fixing on that punch list item, and they'll be coming for that September 9th to take care of those. And then that assessment on any impact we had to the road will determine how much we have to spend to help on the reconstruction. So they just knew on the front end, given the proximity and how narrow that right of way through there, that there was a high probability of doing some lasting damage to that. And so those absolute costs are not guaranteed. Once they're completely done, then the county will work out, really what our impact was. But there is a requirement that we have to do, assist with that repaving, and if it doesn't require to that degree, then maybe just an overlay or something might be more appropriate. Like I said, we can get you an update on that, but that's was something they brought up early on in the.
That was part of
condition of the right of way.
That was part of the agreement that the council authorized prior to executing this sewer line project. That road cost, that 300 some odd thousand is part of that project.
The only part of Maxwell Circle that I've seen had any kind of work on it, so the northernmost side of the circle. The parts that enter off of Blue Mountain, I don't see anywhere at all that there's been any kind of construction that damaged the asphalt on those. So I don't see why we would be trying to repave the whole Maxwell Circle.
That will be the county's judgment and their report to the city, what we are required to do.
But I can tell you, my report is that road is better than Odessa Drive and Berry. And
well, at least the front block of it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Well,
Yeah.
we've discussed this multiple times. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, I do.
So why aren't we looking at our roads instead of really
Well, we
focusing
are.
on
I
Maxwell
think the
Court?
city engineer responding gave you a report. It's a planned capital project in the next, 2 and 3 years.
No. Hazlet Park you have in 4 years.
Is it 4 years?
In 4 years, we're going to be driving on Caliche Road on Odessa Drive.
Well, we can always move those up.
We're going to.
And do you have?
Josh, y'all make a motion
very
that we
good.
remove Maxwell Circle.
So have we answered your question about Maxwell? That's part of a
I still want
project
to know,
cost.
can I make a motion to remove that from our proposed budget, Jeremy? Mr. Page? Okay.
That's part of a contract that we executed with the county.
So if it's in breach of the contract, then there might be consequences for doing
There'll be consequences for that.
Okay, I want a detailed report on what's in tune with this. I want to know what are we getting into, what part of the contract are we going to breach by doing this, and what's the cost of it.
Sure.
I'll let it go for now, but we're going to bring it back up on the next council agenda in September.
Okay.
I want a report on
Mr.
this.
Tucker, please make note of that. Just, no, you don't need to address the council, just please make note, or,
No,
Ms.
please make a
Lamb,
note,
please
get
make
with
note
Mr.
of that.
Page and get the details.
Is that we will, and we can pull that agreement up where it's stipulated that we are required to do that. And we'll pass that out to the entire council. Please make note of that so we don't forget. All right, council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make an amendment to the budget.
Please.
I'd like to make an amendment to remove the farmer's market teaching garden. I believe that it is a good thing for our city, but that $2.75 million, as we talked about the last two meetings, needs to go for public road improvement in Hazlet Park, Brentwood. We specifically talked about that last week. And so I make a motion that the amendment that be taken off and that money go towards public street improvements.
Just public street improvement. Now,
Yes.
It's Hazlet Park, the engineering design, and it's been costed is $2.75 million to replace those 3 front blocks of Hazlet Park. Now, Brentwood in itself to take up all of that concrete, and this was thanks to a professional city administrator. They gave us damn concrete streets with no rebar. That's why it's costing us almost $5 million. Is Brentwood to fix the drainage and take up that and replace the roadways through there is $2.2 million. So $2.75 million, yes, that was the budgeted price for the pavilion and additional teaching center. So
I'll second that.
no, I'm trying to
Oh, I'm sorry.
understand the motion. Do you want it dedicated to Hazlet Park? It's the identical amount of money. This is kind of,
Do we do it together, not two separate motions?
there is one motion being made. I'm trying to clarify
I would
and
like to take the
understand.
$2.75 million and take it to public and street improvements, and wherever that needs to go. I mean, I live in Haslett Park, so that'd be great. Our 3 streets are deteriorating. I don't see how that costing almost $3 million for a third of each of those streets. But
Well, it is. That's what engineering says.
Then-
That's their expertise.
I like the idea of the teaching garden, but right now our streets are falling apart, and like Mr. Horak said, we're
I
going to
agree.
be
It
on
was a
roads.
bad project. All right, then. So a motion's made so you'll leave it to the discretion of Public Works and Engineering as to where that 2.75 million go?
Am I supposed to designate it to a
You
certain?
can.
I'm just removing it.
So just remove it. Okay. So did you want to coaching?
I'm just confused because I didn't know we were making two motions and we're never given a price.
No, Mr. Watkins, you don't need coaching, sir.
I don't need coaching. I was saying to take to Public Works. I mean, if we want to put the house at Park, I'd love that. But, I mean, we talked last week about putting it towards these 2 streets, and it still gets put back on this. I mean, we've talked about the last 2 weeks in the budget and last week, taking that off and putting it towards the street improvements.
Oh, well, yeah. So the motion is made to remove the community teaching garden and and farmers market pavilion from the budget, which frees up $2.75 million. Is that your motion? All right. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous? Okay.
So, Mayor Halsey, back to the street repairs. We did receive something from the engineer last meeting, but it didn't have a price. It just talked about the current conditions.
I received a price, and I'm just relaying that to you.
In the last 7 days.
It is $2.75
It's the exact same price as what that cost is. Okay.
It's just a matter of coincidence.
And that was for both Brentwood and Haslett Park, or just one of them?
Haslett Park to replace the front 3 blocks. That's Schreiber, Berry, and Odessa.
Yeah.
From 156 back to, is up to First Street? Is that the first?
Sharon.
Yes.
Or James, excuse me.
Okay, then for those 3 streets, it's $2.75 million.
And how much was it for Brentwood? Because we had discussed at the
It is-
workshop.
Brentwood total is $2.2 million.
Okay, it's cheaper, because we said we're going to look and see the cost and then determine what project would be the best.
Now, he did do a rating in that his, the engineering is, was Brentwood area is in more need than Haslett Park. Yeah, they both need to be replaced, period, in the subject. Which one needs to be first in the engineering perspective? But this is a decision you can make later. You don't need to make it right now. So you'll get you some more information and you can make your decision as to where to spend this $2.75 million.
We had also talked at the budget workshop about compensating employees that did multiple jobs, and specifically Ms. Lamb, who has been serving as our secretary at our meetings, and is that something we need to also make an amendment to put in the budget as well, or did that get added in? I think we decided $400 per meeting. 400 is what we had said.
Mr. Mayor, did we vote on the street improvement money?
Excuse me. So are you making a motion?
No, I'm asking if it's in the budget, if I need to make a motion. We talked about it at the workshop, and I don't know, I didn't see it in there, but I wasn't sure if it...
Yeah, you need to make a motion if you want to provide that. I would
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve a $400 per meeting stipend to Ms. Lamb for filling in as city secretary for the last year.
Let me ask you this. What if it's another person that's filling in. And it doesn't happen to see, there's been various people sitting here filling in.
I didn't, who, Miss,
So it.
who else has filled in for Miss, for, but she gets paid overtime, so she's already being compensated. I thought we specifically at workshop said Miss Lamb.
I don't recall that conversation. But nonetheless, you know what, I'm all for Miss Lamb getting another $400 a day on a meeting. But very good. So motion is made to provide $400 per meeting that Ms. Lamb serves as city secretary. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Is there a second?
Mayor Earls, second.
There is a second. All in favor? It's unanimous. All right.
Mayor Halls, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to amend the budget to include the $1.5 million raise and benefits package for the city of Hazlet with the stipulation of the fire department gets a 20% bump, and that if any city employee spouse is provided insurance through their job, they are required to take that and not have the city provide it.
Okay, and I'm going to try to repeat that. Motion is made to approve $1.5 million pay and benefit increase for the purpose of pay and benefit, that the fire department, all positions get a 20% increase. And that if the spouse of an employee receives benefits from their employer, that spouse must take the employer's benefits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second that.
There is a second. Any further discussion? At first, but I want to make a comment. I don't think you fully understand what you're doing. I know you don't. The effect of this, now, you're probably thinking, well, we're not going to spend $666,000 on insurance. You don't know. And how the rest of this one, $900,000 or whatever it is in pay raises is divvied out amongst the other. But that alone, $1.5 million, the only place that we have to take that from is our reserves. Okay, we have already and to take that amount of money out, now traditionally, and all cities practice this, with regard to pay and insurance and benefits and things like that, that's underwritten by your property tax. We can't count on sales tax. Sales tax fluctuates. Permits fluctuate. Property tax, someone's always going to pay that property tax. That's why it's done, and every municipality does it. It will take $1.5 million, and I think it was mentioned earlier, for an 8% increase on property tax. An 8% increase on your property tax will generate approximately $500,000 today. The simple math is we're going to have to do that 3 years in a row just to catch up for this year, let alone this is an annual ongoing debt, and the only place we can take this out of is our reserve fund. And that sets us back, you know how many years, generations of people, cities aren't built by one council. It's generations of people. And for Hazlet, Texas, it's been since 1961. Generation upon generation, and being conservative and being patient. This is the most impatient council I have ever seen in Texas. All of it.
I oppose this amendment and this motion. So do I.
I think that, well, yes, maybe we should be thankful we have such a wise council because they know better than we do. So, we have a motion. We have a motion and a second on the table.
A little more discussion. I do agree that we are impatient because I'm tired of the traffic and the roads and the lack of commercial business. And I've lived here a long time, and I'd like to see all that come to fruition before I don't know, retire. And so I do think we are a little impatient, but I don't look at that as a huge negative because there are some positive for getting things going. So we're just going to keep trying to listen to the majority of the citizens and make those
There's
things as we can.
impatience and there's financial irresponsibility, and you're on the latter.
Don't spend 500 on a park.
You're talking about traffic, 1.6 million in insurance and benefits, it's all, it's too much.
We cannot sound, okay, and there is a call for a point of order, and I understand everybody's emotions here. It is to this council, these 5 people here.
Mr. Mayor.
Motion has been and seconded to add $1.5 million to our budget for the purpose of salaries and benefits. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. So it's unanimous, 5-0.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, what other, do you have any other motions?
Mr. Mayor. I feel like that when we did our budget committee, you were on favor with this $1.5 million.
No, I never was.
You weren't this doom and gloom whenever we had our budget meeting.
No, no, this $1.5 million, I did express, and Ms. Lamb knows she was there. This comes directly out of here, and then I showed you a graph. Here is what you're doing to our reserve. This is bad. This is bad business. It's beyond words right now. So you made your motion, you got what you wanted. Now, is there any more amendments to this budget? Do you have any other amendments? If there are none, then let's get on with the remainder of it and adopt this as your desire.
I just want to make sure that the money from the community garden was earmarked for roads, correct? We did vote on that and approve it?
No, you did not earmark it for anything except for
We just
street
took it out.
improvements.
We just took it out.
Yeah.
But we didn't vote to designate it for street improvements?
It was taken out. At the end of the discussion, it was just removed, not designated for anything.
But we
I
can
thought
look
I
at
thought I designated for public works
No, you
for street improvements.
At the end of the vote, please, minute-wise, what do we have?
The final motion ended up being to remove the farmer's market for $2,750,000, and it was not earmarked for street improvements.
So you said we could add capital projects as they arise.
It can be, we can define what it's used, you can
Right,
define what
right.
it's used for.
And then you're also-
You can make it say, you know what, let's go ahead and do that farmer's market.
And then you're also going to get us the information the engineers come up with the prices, so we can look at that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's what we had kind of.
That's not the motion. You asked
Right,
specifically
correct.
what's the motion, and the motion was to remove
But
the
on your, but your guidance was we could add a
2.75
capital
million.
improvement later.
It can be
Right.
done later.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes. All right then. Is there any other amendments? No other amendments. Okay, then, council, what needs to happen, I'll repeat each one of these amendments, but then you have the budget as a whole. I don't have the bottom line, what that number is, but with these amendments, we'll need to take a record vote, and it'll be, because these amendments will be now the budget. And we'll take a record vote on approval or disapproval of the
But we
budget.
won't have the bottom line, which will be about 600, 7,000. It'll be
I'm
less.
not going to guess at it.
I'm saying, but it'll be quite a bit less than what the proposed budget was. So we took out, so we took out 2.75, but added in 1.5 and 800.
Let's see, you're taking out 275, let's just go through this. But you added 1.5, 800,000. So 1.5. And you're adding another 800,000 here. So 0, 0.
I have around 800,000 less.
3. So I've got, you've taken out 2.75 million, and you're adding in 2,300,000. So you got a delta of $475,000 that you've lessened the budget by. So that's round, that's very close. Very close.
So we decreased the budget by 400,000.
You decreased it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right then. So your first amendment was $300,000 for a park master plan study, $500,000 for fall zones. The third amendment was remove 2.75 million from, eliminate the farmers market, community teaching facilities, add $400 per month per meeting, no, not per month, $400 per meeting for Miss Lamb as a stipend, I guess. That would be a stipend when she serves as city secretary for the meetings, and increase and provide or add $1.5 million. Now, understand that's an annual. That's annually. And $1.5 million for benefits and pay raises. All right then. So the math that I have done, that seems to net, not accounting for $400 per meeting, that is, you are decreasing the budget by $475,000. I'm going to qualify that as approximate. So that is your budget. So is there a motion to, I need a motion to accept this budget with the amendments I just cited. And then we'll get a second, and then we'll vote on it, and I'll go person by person by person. So does everybody understand the process? So I've already cited the amendments. All right, I need a motion for the budget.
Mayor Halsey, I'll make a motion to approve the budget with the amendments as you stated.
Motion is made to approve the budget with the amendments stated. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, there is a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, excuse me. Yes, we are. So this is Mayor Pro Tem Morrow, your vote.
I approve.
Councilmember.
I approve. I approve.
Councilmember Watkins.
I approve.
Councilmember. I'm working on it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Carruthers.
Carruthers. I approve.
Forgive me. Councilmember Hort.
I approve.
All right. We have taken a record vote. It's unanimously approved and adopted. All right then. All right. Maybe next year's budget will go a little easier. You got some experience. All right, item 8G, discuss, consider, and act regarding an ordinance ratifying ad valorem property tax revenue and tax rate reflected in the adopted fiscal year October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026 annual budget. This tax rate will raise more taxes than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 5.5%. This tax rate will not raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. Ms. Lamb.
Once again, the tax rate that was proposed that you had the public hearing on was a total of .31545 per $100 of valuation. That includes .282961 for maintenance operations and .032489 for interest and sinking fund, also known as the debt rate.
All right, again, council, what you're doing here, this is approving an ordinance ratifying the ad valorem property tax revenue and the tax rate.
And can the IT folks, can you all put the executive summary back up there? Because the motion to approve the tax rate has to use exact language, and it's on the executive summary if you want to scroll down.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more, and you see that. So that's what the motion has to be, and again, it will be on a record vote.
And do all of you council people see that? It starts out, I move that the property tax states. You see that on the screen? Whoever should make a motion, that's the motion that should be made.
So I just had a quick question. If the budget was reduced by $475,000, can the tax rate be lowered as well to compensate that?
What is the the tax rate that was mentioned previously? Yes, you could go to that, the no new revenue rate that's cited. What is that number, 0.28?
That is .298801. That would reduce the dollars by 323,988.
So that would, I'm sorry.
So that would cover your amendments.
Right, so we would be losing how much, say, 392? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
323.
We'd be losing 323 by not raising taxes, but we just regained 475 by decreasing the budget. But it's really helped me because math is not, okay.
All right, then. So repeat that number.
The no new revenue rate would include .266312 for maintenance and operations.
A little slower, we're all writing that down.
Okay. .266312 for maintenance and operations. .032489 for interest and sinking fund. The total would be .298801.
I have a question. At INS, you said 0324 or 849?
032489.
Why is this INS different on this page? It shouldn't be different.
Oh, it should not be different.
We need to clarify that.
Yes. No, it's .32489, not 32889.
32489, is that the correct INS rate?
Yes.
All right. All right. I'm going to add this up. I would ask that someone else add this up as it would be the 0.266312. You got that? You write that down or got that in? And then 0.0324 .2988.
0.298801.
State that again,
0.298801, which is the no new revenue rate.
298801.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right. And who got us off on that calculation? Was that you, Mayor Pro Tem?
Me, yes, I was just curious if what we did with reducing the budget could possibly counter by not raising taxes.
This, in lieu of the .31545, you could propose the .298801, which would fund your budget with amendment and provide the interest in seeking fund debt service. And that would be the .298801.
You're saying I'll fund the amendment, or the amendments, but the amendment's already funded because the 2.75
No,
was
it's not
removed.
funded yet until you approve this.
Right, but if we left it at .31545, it would still give us an overage of $200,000.
It would, at the .3154, see, with your amendments,
It's actually less now. With our amendments, we made the budget
you have dropped it by $475,000.
Okay, which is why we could
Okay.
reduce this.
So,
Okay.
the .298801, if you were to use that,
Does not increase taxes.
that provides only, so less 20,000 or something like that. What is it?
$323,988 less for M&O.
$328,000. So less in what the proposed budget was, but you've dropped the budget down to by $475,000. So I'm thinking that you have $155,000.
So just make sure that the tax rate is going to fund the budget, and it will with an addition.
Yeah, with
Okay.
your amendments, it certainly will.
Okay, I move that the property tax rate, I don't know if be increased. I move that the property tax rate be a tax rate of .298801, which is effectively a 0% increase in the tax rate.
Yes. Motion is made to tax rate.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Jeremy, would the motion be to adopt at the no new revenue rate? There's a different statutory language.
That would be much simpler, just to state that the Tarrant Appraisal District calculated no new revenue rate, which is the .298801, be adopted, which is a 0% increase in the tax rate.
That's correct. There's different statutory language for all the variables that you could do. And so I just want to make sure that we use the proper motion.
All right, then.
And because we're not imposing any additional taxes, I don't believe that there is any additional language required.
Okay.
Because we are just adopting
No new revenue rate. Okay. So I believe no new revenue
Motion is
rate
fine.
with 0% increase is fine.
So do you want me to repeat it so that?
Yes,
that's
so
that?
if you would repeat the motion.
Okay. I move that the property tax rate be the no new revenue rate, which is effectively a 0% increase in the tax rate.
Motion is made to adopt the no new revenue rate, which is 0.298801, which is a 0% increase in the tax rate. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All in favor? Okay. All right.
I'm
So,
sorry, I didn't get the
as I
second.
call your name, state whether you approve the motion and second the motion, or you disapprove. Mayor Pro Tem Morrow.
I approve.
Councilmember.
Gilbert.
It's late. Gilbert.
I approve.
Councilmember Gilbert.
I approve.
I need to write your new people down. Yeah. All right. Councilmember Watkins.
Approved.
Councilmember Carruthers.
Approved.
Councilmember Hort.
Approved.
All right. Motions vote is unanimous. Thank you, council. All right. Item 8A. Pardon? Pardon? Oh, you need would you like a break? All right. I will call, the time is 10:47. I call for a recess, 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call the open session back at 10:53 p.m. All the council members are present. This is our last item on the agenda. Item 8H, to discuss, consider, and act regarding an ordinance reinstating the position of city administrator and removing the mayor from city administration. Mr. Page, you want to present this?
Thank you, Mayor. At the last council meeting, by a vote of 5-0, the City Council voted to recall ordinance number 0102-02, 0902-03, and 012-2012, reinstating the office and job duties of the city administrator and repealing the 2022 ordinance. As I stated at the last meeting, because no ordinance had been drafted at that time, I would come back at this meeting and present a codified version of what you all voted on. And so this all, I believe, represents what you all, the intent of your vote from at the last meeting, with a little bit of additional language to include about kind of the interim period between now and when a city administrator is hired, as well as just to address some potential changes in our current code of ordinances where the mayor has certain authority was granted to him over the last couple of years since the time in which the last 2022 ordinance was adopted. And so again, this would authorize, reinstate the office and job duties of the city administrator. That section is taken almost completely from our previous ordinances that were adopted back in 2002, 2003, and 2012. Likewise, the job description that was attached to the ordinance is nearly identical to the job description that was previously put together by a previous council when they did that. So that is before you all, and so again, this would simply codify it, put it back into our code of ordinances, and all that. And so if you all have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
I just want to be clear, this does not take away any statutory duties that the mayor.
That is correct. So again, this is everything that is in here, I have vetted, and so it is compliant with state law, yes.
That is debatable, and you know it, Mr. Page. I spoke with our city attorney is Brown and Hoffmeister. Mr. Page has been assigned the city of Hassett and have so for the last 2.5 years, or 3.
3 years.
Close to it. All right. And in talking with their senior partners, they subscribe to what CEO means. And that's the heart of this, is CEO. The CEO, and also define what is a CEO. Well, they subscribe, the senior partners, the firm does, to the CEO is the chief administrator and responsible for day-to-day operations. That's what a CEO is. Now, yes, does that get delegated? Absolutely, and it happens today. Now, but Mr. Page has seen to go out of his way to not honor that. And though we talked about it, and I talked to your senior partner, which is in full agreement, like such as in the ordinance, you'll see that it states chief city administrator. Well, that's in conflict with your firm affirms that they stand by what the definition is. There cannot be a chief administrator and a chief administrator hired. But that'd be difficult for you to explain. And that was what the nature of my call to Mr. Welch was about this morning, but I didn't get a hold of him. But that is a major fallacy in this, so it does create conflict with statutory language. I would suggest you at least take out that verbiage that says chief city administrator. There's one chief, and the statutes define who that is. That is the mayor that the people elect.
What part are you talking about, sir?
That's all right. It's I'm suggesting in this ordinance, you asked if there's anything in
Right, so what
conflict.
part are you mentioning that it says that? I just want to look at it.
Roll that down. Okay, hold. Where is that, Mr. Page? You authored this.
So it is in section 4 of the ordinance where, so that would be, and that's where we're codifying under section 1.03.002, where it says the city administrator shall serve as the chief administrative officer of the city. That again was language that was previously, I did not make this one up, actually. This again was copied and pasted from an ordinance that was previously drafted by a previous city attorney, of course, for the city of Hazlet. And I believe also the terminology chief administrative officer was used during the discussion.
That's
at the
not
last
an
meeting.
excuse.
Okay. And okay, thank you.
You're creating a conflict here. We talked about that. Your partners and I, your senior partners and I talked about that, and they agreed with what the concern was, that to leave that in is creating a conflict with statutory definitions, and by which that you wrote an opinion on a month ago. It was given to the council reciting what that is, but you left this in.
Your point is taken.
Yes, and I'm just suggesting, council, to not, you're out on the very edge of this, is to take out the word chief. You'll get your city administrator. Just take out the word chief.
And then
So it's not in conflict with the chief executive officer.
And then is Ms. Lamb also head of HR? Is that the current head of our Human Resources Department?
Say it again.
Is Ms. Lamb in charge of HR or is Ms. White? Who is our current Human Resources Director?
Ms.
sir?
Lamb, yes.
Okay, Ms. Lamb is, okay, thank you.
So you cannot have a CEO and a chief executive officer and a chief city administrator?
Well,
I mean, it's
a contradiction of terms.
I think
Mayor
it's
Halsey, may I-
power.
May I speak?
Sure, absolutely.
I would just like to point out that in the general sense of all of this, sir, this is just your opinion. It is not based by any kind of factual grounds, and you're contradicting the city attorney who has drawn up the ordinance based on the legal requirements that are currently in play, and we will go with Mr. Page's document as he sees fit, in my opinion.
All right, then. Is there a motion?
Mayor Halsey, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I would like to make a
There is a
motion
motion called,
to approve an ordinance reinstating the position of city administrator and removing the mayor from city administration as written by Mr. Page.
We need to say, we voted the mayor in, we didn't vote for y'all to take in our power and put an unvoted administrator to run this city with y'all little brain.
Nobody ran against him.
Okay, excuse me. Excuse me, and I know this is difficult for many of you. The motion has been made to approve an ordinance reinstating the position of city administrator, removing the mayor from city administration. Did I cite that correctly? Did I cite that motion correctly?
Looks like it, sir, yes.
Did I? All right. Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second that.
All right. Councilman Hort, seconds. All in favor?
Hey, before we take a vote, Mr. Page.
Other people going to talk? Other
Yeah.
people signed up to talk during the discussion?
Oh,
I don't get paid, sir. I'm a volunteer.
excuse me. Did you have anybody signed up? Okay, you need to notify me before the agenda. Okay, please, and excuse me, was not aware that people had signed up. Ms. Lamb, who's our first speaker?
The first speaker is Morgan Ayer.
Ms. Ayers.
Mr. Mayor, Council, yeah, my name is Morgan Ayer. I live at 444 Prairie View Drive. To clarify your point, sir, there are multiple chiefs in the corporate world. There's Chief Executive Officer, there's the CEO, which is chief, there's the CIO, there's the CFO. So you can have multiple chiefs in a department that have different responsibilities. So just to clarify, I am here to support reinstating a city administrator because I think I personally did not vote for you, and the fact is that you're wearing too many hats, and you can do one thing really well, or you can do a lot of things mediocre. And in my opinion, you're doing a lot of things mediocre. We have a lot of things to address here as far as roads, upkeep, bringing in commercial business, meaning small business, restaurants, other things that will grow our tax base and will relieve the tax burden from the homeowners. Right now, I would venture to say that the vast majority of the tax burden lays on the homeowner's shoulders, and that's not fair to us, and that's not a way to grow a community. If you look around us, if you look at Fort Worth, they're growing by leaps and bounds. We here, for some reason, and I believe it's under your tutelage and leadership, have decided that we need to stay a bedroom community. Well, I guess that's well and good for those of you that want to do that, but I want to be a big boy with the rest of the people out there, and I want to have small businesses in town. I want to have restaurants in town. Hell, I'd love to have a downtown really similar to Roanoke. I mean, look at what they got. We got room right behind us here over the railroad tracks. We could build up some, business, and we could build up some, but anyways, I know my opinion isn't popular here, but it is popular with many others that I associate with and go to church with. So I just wanted to say I do support the city council wholeheartedly. You guys have made some tough decisions here. It's a tough job. I appreciate it. And, Mr. Mayor, sometimes you just got to give a little to get a little. And so maybe that's your first step here, is giving up this hat and bringing in somebody that can focus on what we need and want in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Joette King.
Probably a waste of time, but I'm going to speak. So I'm opposed to the ordinance to reinstate the position of city administrator and removing a mayor from city administration. A few weeks ago, I spoke to all of you and cited some of the facts of what transpired when the city was basically run by a city administrator. I will not go over those again or add to those tonight. Others cited some of the same items. So it's well known by the citizens that things were done poorly or contrary to the wishes of the citizens during that period of time. Following citizen input, a point was subsequently made by Councilmember Watkins, who I assume is obviously, since his motion is pushing hard for this change, that the issues were actually the responsibility of the city council. I will acknowledge, while votes come from the council, the items that led or misled to decisions came from the recommendations made by that city administrator, which appeared to be blindly followed or just rubber stamped by the existing council at that time. I suggest, based on history, that city council members do not have either do not have sufficient bandwidth and or insight to immerse themselves into every city issue or decision that may have long-term ramifications. Just what I saw tonight. You removed some monies from the budget and approved it, but you didn't think about sustainability. What's going to happen next year when you don't have something to remove and you're still paying 1.5 million? So I don't think you always think things 100% through. So there are long-term ramifications that do defer to advice, and we do defer to the advice most of the time. And in fact, the council in place during the city administrator's tenure did blatantly disregard direct input from citizens and their views, and went with the direction of the city administrator. Hence, many of the catch-up and challenges the city faced and are still facing today was a result. So once again, if you move forward with this, you are basically handing over all responsibilities for running the city, planning for the future needs of the city, to an individual who has not been selected or approved by the citizens' vote, and more importantly, is not accountable to the citizens through their vote. You have essentially usurped the rights of the citizens to choose who oversees the running of this city. And their only opportunity to rectify issues is to address or assign those failings, under Councilmember Watkins' thoughts, to the council members who are responsible for oversight of the city administrator. Quite an interesting paradigm. I see other problems with this move to the city administrator as well, to the point of oversight. I read the job description that's attached, which I assume will be the measure of performance by a person hired into this role. I see no plan here on how, when, or by whom that person will be evaluated. Or if issues arise, put on a performance plan, performance improvement plan, as warranted. What recourse is there for concerned employees if they have issues with management from that individual? I do not see any of these things defined. What does reporting to council actually mean? It is a broad and meaningless statement if it's not defined. Also, for anyone who is at such a highly compensated, likely over $200,000 per year, and high level of responsibility as this, I would expect to see a section in the job description that outlines the necessary, in bold, qualifications. I don't see that. Education, types of experience, years of experience required as minimum. And typically in a job description, you'll also see what are desired skills that they have to be met in order to be hired, which could be soft skills. For example, in leading management of people, which clearly you're turning over completely to this person. Or excellent written and communication skills, because it defines that they are the people, that city administrator is the one who communicates with the citizens as well. I've written countless job descriptions, interviewed and hired hundreds of people at all levels during my career. And to me, this is a glaring omission. So think about that when you're approving something that has a glaring omission. In conclusion, I do not believe the current sitting council is either prepared or acting in the best interests of Hazlet citizens, but rather succumbing to emotional, potentially self-interest in removing leadership from a mayor's position. And I mean any mayor. I'm not talking about our current mayor. I'm talking about any mayor, because this isn't just for today. What you're doing is for the future. So if this ordinance is passed, that's what you're doing. Thank you.
Ms. Lamb, do we have others here?
Yes. Is Mr. Shelton still here?
Mr.
Do you
Shelton.
want to speak now, or do you want to speak? Okay.
My name's Daryl Shelton. I've been a citizen in Haslett. We built our home starting in 82 and 83. I've probably been here longer than most of you. Maybe in case, probably longer than you've been alive, maybe. Okay? Being a citizen of Haslett, it also means I'm an American. And I noticed everybody here said the Pledge of Allegiance here at the beginning of this meeting. And I think each one of y'all on this council was voted in by the citizens. And you took a pledge to serve the citizens of this city. Did you not? Did not each one of y'all do that? You take a pledge? So you're telling me, y'all, 5 of y'all, want to take away my constitutional right, the constitutional right of the people that voted this mayor in his office. So you're saying the 5 of y'all should have the power to take away the will of the people? And you dare sit here and think you deserve the office that you hold against the American values? You're basically doing a political hit job. You're doing a coup. You're doing an impeachment of a mayor that the people elected. How dare you? How dare you? Each one of you do not deserve the office you sit in. We as the citizens, we're looking at you. You don't deserve to be where you are. It doesn't matter whether I agree or disagree with everything this mayor does. I'm sure I can find some things. I know I've got some things I agree with him about. I'm sure I can find some things I disagree with him about. And any mayor, not just him, any mayor. This is the most un-American process that y'all are using, whether it's legal or not. We, the citizens, voted for this mayor by a majority. A couple of elections now. Some of us voted for y'all. I regret it. If I voted for you, I regret it. What we need to do is organize and get against each one and vote every one of you out. And we plan on, if you vote against this mayor and take him out, I promise you, I will make it a passion for each one of you to be removed from your office. Whatever means we can find. If we can find a legal means or whatever, how dare you think the 5 of y'all can take away his powers? What recourse do we have to remove your powers other than waiting to the next election? How dare you? How dare you? Each one of you. Are we in a third world country? Is this a coup? And you want to hire an overpriced city administrator? Well, I dealt with the last administration with Mayor Golden, and I think one of you may be still on this council. I come before y'all before on your projects that you come into Brentwood when my mom was still alive and on hospice care. You put in there knowingly, put vibratory rollers within 50 foot of my home and cause all kinds of damages. I come before this council with Miss Palizzo, God rest her soul. And the damages y'all did to our home, I come here and spoke to the previous mayor, and y'all, you know what I got from y'all? Nothing. Not a one expression of concern, not, hey, what can we do? Not nothing. Well, here, we'll have to give you the number of the contractor. And then it took forever to get your useless city administrator you had then, and your useless engineer, Atatanzo, or whatever his name was, to get a number even for the contractor that caused the damages. Anybody in any kind of legal sense, I know the mayor being, an engineering background, you do not put a earth-shaking machine near a structure. And y'all did nothing. You caused irreparable damages that I still have. Nothing this city did for me. Nothing that they did for my mother before she passed this earth and she had to live in a house with damages that y'all caused. And you want us to trust y'all for projects? Oh, you're going to come back in Brentwood and do it? Every project I've ever experienced that the city of Haslett done has been a disaster in Brentwood. Every project. If you don't believe me, come to my house. Come and look at what y'all call a bar ditch for drainage right there on the edge of my street on Brentwood. It goes nowhere. It goes uphill. You had to come in and then cut back through and cut under the road to make drainage to go back down the road that goes toward the fire department. Incompetence. That's my experience since being here since 1983. The projects are a failure. They cost us money. Then you come in and put these driveways that first your engineer comes up there, they won't put these skinny little driveways and put that far away from a mailbox in the street that you put in and not fill in the place. Ignorance. Ignorance. This is the history of what I have experienced through this city. Any project you try to improve our life. For the life of me, I don't understand. I don't know where the rest of y'all live. You know, Brentwood, it seems like us and the non-HOA additions are like stepchildren. Now you're sticking in the Gestapo in and trying to, I guess, raise some of your funds by over penalizing some of the people with stupid things like chickens on the loose. Oh, one day later you got your trash can out in front of your yard. We're going to write you up and threaten you with thousands of dollars a day fines. Is this how y'all trying to raise more funds with your shortfall on your taxes? What are you doing? The mayor said earlier, this city is supposed to be like a family thing. Really? Is this how y'all treat families? Is this how y'all treat the citizens that elected this mayor? I don't know how y'all look in the mirror. I really don't. How do you look in the mirror when you got elected in the city and you want to overthrow an election where the people elected him? How dare you? How dare each and every one of you? Any way we can get you out of office, it needs to be done. I wish there was a way to do it. I wish there was a way to recall every one of you right now. We're going to go, this community right here, we're all in our communities, are we not? We're going to speak our name. We're going to form and we're going door to door if we have to. And we're coming against y'all. You need to be out. You don't deserve a thing in the office that you hold, the way you're treating the citizens of this city, and our vote to put this mayor in. Whether I agree with anything or everything he says, I found some common ground with him. I know that. Now, I know I've read the social media, all the people complaining about the speed bumps on Blue Mountain. It's the mayor's fault. And then I see somebody posted on there, well, I hear there's several people that don't like the way the mayor's doing it. Well, I posed the question back, okay, if you're going to accuse him, who are these several people you know? And what are the complaints other than the speed humps? What are they? What's wrong? But it doesn't matter if he's made a bunch of decisions. He got voted in. This is a republic. It's a democratic process. It was a legal election where he was elected to represent us. Whether I agree with him on everything or not, doesn't matter. And the same goes for any mayor that follows after him. Who are y'all to put some flunky city administrator to be y'all's little guy that reports directly on to y'all, only to y'all? And we didn't elect this guy. We elected him to work with y'all. Y'all are working against us. And that's the way it feels. That is the way we feel. And these citizens, this is a town of 4,500 people. There needs to be a moratorium on any construction until you've got the infrastructure to support it. How many more houses? What's the maximum population we can push in here on what little area that is Haslett? We're surrounded by Fort Worth. I moved here in '83 because Haslett was different. We weren't Fort Worth. We don't want to be Fort Worth. In my little subdivision, people got chickens, they got horses, they got cows. But now you got people in there writing people. Y'all even took one of my neighbors to jail because he stood up for his right, for his property. This is the way you treat family? As the mayor said, family? Because y'all hired your bulldogs of code enforcement? What? Any non-HOA community in this city should not be held under the same code enforcement of the HOA communities. Our culture in Brentwood, Haslett Park, and other places that are not HOA type community, the older things, we have a Haslett culture. There's people here that have lived here forever. Leland Franks lives there. He runs a construction company out of my neighborhood. He is a pillar of this community. But at the same time, whether somebody's lived here for a year or 50 years or whatever, they should be treated in the manner that we have been treated. There needs to be a rezoning. Brentwood, Hassett Park, and other various communities should be rezoned to a different residential, not to the same standard of HOA communities. We have, I don't have no animals. I don't have no animals. And like I say, code enforcement, I'm speaking for my neighbors. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. I think
Okay.
that we have another speaker. We got another one or two. Thank you.
I believe the rest of them I have are to be read into the record, except Miss. Oh, did you? I'm sorry, what's your name? Okay, yes, Miss Grace.
My name is Stephanie Grace. I live at 1406 Poppy Drive. Mr. Mayor, council members, I spent some time reflecting after the last city council meeting that I attended on August 4th. I took the time out of my day to write an email to all of you. No one responded back except for Mr. Holsey.
I didn't get it.
I sent it twice to the correct email addresses. So how about I'll read that now. This was written prior to today, and then I'll go back to my point. I'm writing to address several critical issues that require our attention in Hazlet. During the August 4th meeting, it became evident that the council disregarded the wishes of the residents who elected them. Instead, they appeared to prioritize their own agenda over the needs of the city. This disregard for the will of the people is concerning, as it suggests that you are not serving the city's interests, but rather your own. Furthermore, it is disheartening that you all disregarded legal counsel in this matter. While there are undoubtedly pressing issues facing our city, the focus of this topic of city administrator is unwarranted. I recall a meeting where Caraway developers advocated for the elimination of lot sizes back under Mr. Golden. His decision to implement this change resulted in the transformation of our city from a big lot, as Mr. Watkins said, to a small lot city. Despite the expressed concerns of all the residents who attended, who also opposed this change, Mayor Golden disregarded their wishes, proceeded with the development. This action led to his defeat in the subsequent election. Mr. Horek, I would like to clarify that last meeting, I was not recruited to speak. I have been actively involved in city council issues since we moved to Hazlet in 2013. I have attended meetings during the previous Mayor Golden's and Mr. Holsey's. Therefore, your assumption that I was recruited is quite disrespectful. You are a longtime Hazlet resident. I am disappointed that you didn't stand up against the constant disrespect shown by your fellow council member, Mr. Watkins. Mrs. Morrow, although we have not always shared the same opinions on the different matters, I appreciate your recent interest in contributing to the improvement of our baseball fields. I acknowledge and respect your unique position as the sole female member of the council. However, I was disappointed that you did not represent the interests of our community during the meeting regarding the proposed changes to our city council and the disregard for our city attorney's legal advice. Mr. Carruthers, before assuming your position on the council, how many meetings did you attend? How many instances did you witness that the council deliberated on matters without considering the interest of the citizens? I'm concerned that you as a neighbor would believe that altering the governance of our city without providing the citizens the opportunity to vote on this matter is your intention during your initial months as a council member. The citizens of Hazlet elected you to be their voice and not just listen to the loudest voice in the room. You knew that I had informed our neighborhood of the meeting, but I didn't state my opinion. Mr. Gilbert, I was happy to learn of your candidacy when I discovered who you were. Given your children, your involvement in the sports association, and the public's perception that you were stating you represented the citizens of our city. Your position on council was highly anticipated. I look forward to the contributions you would make. While I commend your interest in renovating Nance and the fire stations, I remain disappointed that you voted against the overwhelming majority of your residents who expressed their concerns regarding the city administrator. Furthermore, you posted on social media about this item on the agenda before the city agenda was released, as evidenced by the screenshots. After listening to Mr. Horick accuse us of recruitment, it's obvious your actions could also be called the same thing. Mr. Watkins, to begin, I am troubled by your behavior towards others, whether it be the mayor or the audience members last meeting. My children were appalled by your actions, which are not befitting of a leader. You are an example of how not to act. I have actively involved my kids in the voting process and the reasons behind our choices so that they can become active, contributing members of our community in the future. That meeting, your behavior served as a stark reminder of the unacceptable treatment we should not inflict upon others, even when we disagree. Your use of vulgar language, condescending tone, and nonverbal cues were reprehensible. These actions have been observed and recorded throughout your tenure and continue to be a disgrace. The fact that your fellow council members have failed to address this issue is also concerning. The way you spoke to council members and the mayor having no say anymore in HSA meetings you attended recently is inappropriate. You came as a citizen and a parent in the league. At least that's what you said. It is evident that you have created your own culture, agenda, and ideas that are at odds with the interests of all the city residents that have spoke out. This is not what you were elected to represent. While you may be able to express your opinions on the stage up here, your credibility is diminished. It is clear you have made a collective decision, as the percentage showed last time on this issue. Of those who spoke, over 80% expressed their opinions against an administrator that you all voted for. In conclusion to you all, this issue is akin to the one that led to the landslide election of Mayor Golden and his supporters on council being voted out. The fact that 5 individuals made a unilateral decision to alter the manner in which our government operates, disregarding the advice of our attorney, is morally bankrupt, reprehensible, and not defensible. Such actions should incur political consequences for each of you. If this was a matter of such significance, that citizens should have been involved as legally stated by the attorney. Instead, all of you unilaterally subverted the wishes of the Hazlet citizens without due process and altered our city. We should at minimum had town hall discussions to understand your reasons behind this decision. I truly don't know how you all left that night in good conscience for what you did. I would never reelect someone who voted against over 80% of those who had a concern and voted against it. And if my feelings are also represented by this percentage of who spoke out, the upcoming election doesn't look good for any of you. Tonight, I spent time writing that email to you. I don't know why you all didn't receive it. So the most concerning aspect is that I made sure not to bring my kids tonight. They were so worried after we left the other night and couldn't understand why that man, referring to Mr. Watkins, would treat the mayor the way he did. A 7 and a 10-year-old child have more sense and respect than a grown-up man representing our city. Tonight, y'all will attempt to change our city government again, and we firmly oppose the idea of a city administrator. You can try to hide your true intentions behind the excuses that you've named in previous meetings, but everyone knows that you're all working together to further your personal agendas. Let me remind you that you are going against the legal advice of your city attorney. Additionally, the statistics show that the majority of our city residents do not want an administrator. The biggest concern is that you're making decisions that affect every single one of us without using a petition or voting, so that every voice can be heard that wants to be heard. We all want you to do it correctly and in a legal way. The city of Hazlet has so many other things you could spend your time on. Instead, this personal agenda to add a city administrator, remove the mayor's position, is solely for your personal gain. Once again, we are opposed to the ordinance that reinstates a city administrator. And a side note on top of everything that you've seemed to have forgotten, it's okay to disagree. I don't agree with everybody, but you can all be respectful, and you can also listen to the citizens who voted or didn't vote you in. Have a good night.
Do we have another speaker?
Yes, sir. Patricia Parker, do you want me to read this, or do you? Okay. Patricia Parker, 219 Broadmoor Drive. Please read at the August 18 council meeting. I do not agree with the ordinance establishing the position of a city administrator that reports only to city council. The citizens have voted in the last 2 elections for the mayor to lead the administration for the city of Hazlet. Quite a bit of his first term was correcting the mistakes that we had under the previous city administrator and city engineer, which were all costly mistakes. This previous ordinance was also modified, and Hazlet has reverted to a type A government body led by the mayor. Having a mayor and council that lives in the city of Hazlet ensures that the best interest for the city and the residents will be heard and accounted for. My question to you council members is if you are actually listening to the residents that you are supposed to be representing. It seems not from the previous council meeting where 84% of the residents who spoke and sent in letters asked that this ordinance not be passed, but you still voted to pass this change. So are you really doing this for the residents of Hazlet, or what it seems to me, in my opinion, a vendetta against the mayor? Sincerely, Patricia Parker. This is from Paul Wallach. 205 Tamiami Trail, Hazlet. Dear City Secretary, please do the following. Provide this email to all city council members. Enter this into the meeting minutes for the city council meeting scheduled for Monday, August 18th, 2025. Read this out loud during the citizen input for agenda item 8H. Thank you, Paul Wallach. Council members, I strongly oppose the hiring of a city administrator to usurp the duties and responsibilities of our mayor, Gary Holsey. Mr. Holsey was voted in office twice by the voters of the city to do exactly what he said he would do as mayor: improve our infrastructure, improve mobility, refine or change the zoning map to more closely reflect the will of the citizens, bring in business to the city that enhances our way of life, among other notable changes. As a long-term member of both the Type A Board and the Planning and Zoning Commission, I have witnessed the distinct improvements to infrastructure and land use planning since Mr. Holsey took office, as opposed to the previous city administrator and city engineer. I am much more confident in the abilities of the mayor and his team of consultants to plan for the present and the future of our city. I have particularly observed this as a P&Z member. As to Mr. Holsey's job performance, if the voters do not like it in the future, we can make a change by voting him out of office. Whereas if the city council hires a city administrator and we as voters disapprove of his or her performance, we are stuck until we can vote you out of office and return to the form of city government in which the voters have more to say. Furthermore, as stated in Jeremy Page's June 11, 25th memorandum, quote, accordingly, the Hazlet City Council has no authority to remove or otherwise interfere with the statutory assigned duties of the mayor, including those set forth on page 3 herein. Please vote no on item H. Do not potentially violate state law by returning us to an ineffective form of city administrator form of government. Paul Wallach. This next letter is from Trey Rezick. His address, he says, my name is Trey Rezick, and I live on Tamiami Trail. I have children with many activities, and fortunately, making these meetings is a struggle. I would like this read during today's council meeting. I am in favor of hiring a city manager to help ensure the day-to-day functions of the city of Hazlet. This will help to provide professional, non-political leadership and administrative expertise in the day-to-day operations of the city, ensuring efficient and effective governance. This allows elected officials like the mayor and city council to focus on policy making and broader strategic vision, while a dedicated professional handles the complexities of running a city. The city manager will be a trained professional manager, and they implement the policies of the mayor and council. A professional manager may be there through several mayors and provides continuity for the city, and will not have the legacy biases that can happen with a long-standing mayor or council, so that as the city grows, complexities change, needs change, etc. There is a non-political expert that can help navigate these for the community. To that extent, I trust my elected officials to conduct a thorough interview process that will help select the right candidate for this role. Hazlet is growing, no matter what anyone wants to say. We need more support as the mounting issues we are facing shows that we are behind. Traffic congestion and roads are just one major point that has not been managed well, considering the population growth was forecasted many years ago. Another concern is the lack of business growth and development to help bring in tax revenue and provide options for our local community. Meanwhile, Fort Worth continues to add/grow all around us, and we seem to continue to add more dentists, medical offices, churches that make it stiflingly hard for new business to enter. Thank you. Regards, Trey Ruzick. The next item is from Casey and Lindsay Lloyd, 1507 Yucca Court. Regarding agenda item 8H, my husband and I are admittedly opposed to hiring a city administrator. Just 3 months ago, the citizens of Hazlet voted the mayor in, for a second term. We do not want a city administrator. That is all the things I have to read. I don't know if I've missed anyone else.
Do we have anybody online? All right then. All right, motion's been made and seconded. So I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. All right then.
For your jobs.
I would like to say something here in that I suppose that we all should be grateful that we have a city council of 5 here that has such vast wisdom and understanding. It clearly far exceeds ours. That they would make this choice contrary to the opinion and desires and experience of everybody else. But that we should be thankful for, yeah. Their wisdom and understanding of the local government laws prescribed by the state statutes and the resulting consequences that they have inevitably are invoking, gives this council of 5 unsurpassing confidence that their decision, on behalf of whom they represent you, is far more superior and individual to our collective voice. It's quite amazing to have such a collection of 5 individuals here. The accomplishments of previous city administrators, we've had 4 in the history of Hazlet, Texas, and every one of them ended in a flame of fire. One of them ended in, it cost us $250,000 to keep it quiet, and you're aware of that. Yes, you are.
Are you talking to me, sir?
Hasek Parkway. City administrator-led project,
$223,000.
Haslett Parkway under the Construction Authority of TxDOT.
City
This has
administrator.
failed. It's been a failed project. And this was attributed to a poorly crafted contract that relinquished city authority, input and authority over the project. Guess where I spend a lot of my time? Ask any of these people. Ask Mr. Page. It's reading contracts and keeping us out of water and making sure we're not taken advantage of. Not unlike now, you go to a city administrator and where their contracts lied, that's what we're suffering from now. Haslett Park, under the leadership of a city administrator. This project resulted in failed streets. The administrator authorized concrete street design without rebar. We're going to build it again for $2.75 million, Mr. Hork. You're welcome. It goes on, same story with Brentwood. The city administrator approved this contract and design of streets and 3-foot bar ditches that you can't maintain. And we're going to build it again for $2.2 million. But with regard to the department and staff, you can ask any of them. When I came in March of 21, every department was siloed. They were forbidden to talk among each other because it was highly controlled. Right now, they all interact to a very high degree, and they do it freely. It's very well functioning. It is the complaints that I hear, but guess what? I can't tell someone driving across town from I-35 wanting to go to 287 that they can't. But I can certainly go ask the sister city and Tarrant County to help with it. And let's see, how many tens of millions of dollars an untrained administrator has garnered in just 2.5 years. It's unprecedented. None of these city administrators accomplished anything near what between myself and this staff have accomplished in just 3 years' time. It's unprecedented. Now, I'm nobody special. I'm just one of you. And what's the word they use? Common sense. Let's use common sense. Well, they got, they're smart. They're above us. All of you. And you remember all the details. And so do you, Ms. Morrow. You other folks, you probably haven't been here long enough, and maybe you are. You've been here 7 years and understand what happened with city administrators. I will tell you, I'm sure somewhere out there is a good city administrator, but a city administrator is a city manager wannabe. And they can't cut the mustard. So they come to a town like this. And speaking with our city attorney, meaning Brown and Hoffmeister, senior partners who have lots of experience, they serve a lot of other cities with city administrators. And it is contentious in every city about that position. And my point is, why create contention? There are two forms of government recognized by state law. That is a general law city, a mayor council form of government, or a city manager council form of government. Now, none of these people, the city council, upon multiple invitations, upon multiple urgings by the city attorney, Jeremy Page, ever called me up. Mayor, what do you think we need? Do you think, I mean, this is my board of directors. That's functionally is what they are. You know, this is very much like corporate, you know, we're a nonprofit corporation. That's why on the first line of the mayor's duty, that's why they say this person is the chief executive officer. And then there is a board of directors. They happen to call them aldermen. Their formal name here is aldermen. But we refer to them as council members. But my board of directors never asked me. Never once. I don't think you're interested. I think it is your personal agenda. Yes, go ahead and laugh about it. It's not funny.
It ain't for y'all, for the citizens.
So, they know something more than we do. Maybe we... All right, so you've heard this before. Well, thank you for coming. But thank you for the turnout. It's been a long night. I'm sure everybody here is ready to go home. We look forward to what brings in the future. I think you made a bad decision. So may I have a motion to adjourn?
We have items 9 and 10 and 11 to do, sir.
So may I have a motion to adjourn?
11 is future agenda items.
Email it to us.
I prefer to say it out loud.
But email it to us. It states in the ethics is preferred.
Yeah, I want to see what you
Email.
emailed. So my future agenda item would be to place the 77 acres for just review and update for the next September 15th meeting, please.
And email us, please. It's noted. But you will also email us. You will email us. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right then. May I have a motion to adjourn? May I have a motion to adjourn?
No, I'm just
you don't
double
want to
checking.
adjourn? May I have a motion?
Sure. I'll give you a motion. I'll motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Do y'all vote? Doug, do you vote? I didn't see it. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. This meeting is adjourned.
This conference is no longer being recorded.